never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson are taking President Trump to task over his renewed threats to send the National Guard to the Windy City. A heated Johnson says no one has asked him to send in troops to help him tackle crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is we are driving violence down on this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Pritzker says you can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it and possibly suffering from dementia. Trump said this week he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Disney's ABC has announced it's taking Jimmy Kimmel's show off the air for the foreseeable future following comment about the killing of Charlie Kirk. In his monologue Monday night, Kimmel raised the possibility the alleged assassin of Kirk, Tyler Robinson, might have been a pro-Trump Republican.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
The announcement came after Nexstar Media Group, a major operator of ABC-affiliated stations, said in a statement that they strongly object to the recent comments made by Kimmel concerning the killing of Kirk. The Texas-based company said earlier it would replace the show with other programming on its ABC-affiliated markets. It's unclear when or if Kimmel will return to the air. Alleged text messages from the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk show he's been planning the attack for over a week.
Tyler Robinson told his roommate to drop what they were doing and look under his keyboard, where they found a note which read, "I had the opportunity to take out Kirk, and he was going to take it." Robinson's father recognized him in photos while the manhunt was happening and eventually turned him in. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Former New York Congressman George Santos says he's in solitary confinement following a death threat at his New Jersey prison.
The 37-year-old says he's been forced into solitary confinement at FCI Fairden for at least 30 days while the FBI investigates a threat against his life. In an essay for the South Shore Press, Santos described his new digs as an extremely dirty cell that had a sink, a toilet, and a shower with ice-cold water. Santos, who's serving 7 years in prison on federal fraud charges, has called the prison hell on earth and is hoping President Trump commutes his sentence. I'm Natalie Migliori.
NFL great Dan Marino says he's been living with liver disease for nearly 20 years.
The former Miami Dolphins quarterback turned 64 this week and said he's been living with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease since 2007. The disease is typically connected with obesity and occurs when fat cells accumulate in the liver. Marino says he was told to cut back on the pizza and the ice cream, and his doctors recommended a Mediterranean diet of mostly vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. Doctors say fatty liver disease can lead to cancer or cirrhosis, but is reversible if treated. I'm Michael Kastner.
At least 3 police officers were killed in a shooting during a domestic-related investigation in North Cadorus Township, Pennsylvania. That's just southwest of York. The state police commissioner says the officers were there as part of a domestic-related investigation. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Cue the microphone. It's that time once again. Crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Welcome aboard. Thursday comes our way. In other words, we're working our way toward the weekend. I like to call it Friday Eve. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another quiet night, clear skies outside the secret bunker. Hanging in 66 degrees at this hour. Not a bad morning. We'll take it. All right, trust your week's going well. Again, weekend is on the horizon. Take a look at our travelers' weather around the country. I'm not seeing much on the radar, but according to my inside sources, there's still some misty rain, in and out of light rainfall, the wipers on, wipers off, along the eastern seaboard. That's the remnants of the low-pressure system that brought some torrential rains to some of those coastal areas over the past day. Much of the eastern half of the country rain-free during the last official days of summer here, with the exception of that coastal storm that brought some heavy rain to the Atlantic seaboard. The storm undoubtedly had some tropical characteristics associated with it as it began to weaken soon after it moved inland and away from the warm waters of the Gulf Stream. There was some banding structure to the rain, some gusty winds similar to a subtropical storm. But this past day, swirling right there near the mid-Atlantic coast, brought several inches of rain to parts of North Carolina and Virginia. Cape Hatteras picked up just over 3¼ inches of rain. A whopping 7.37 inches of rain, drenching Oceana Airport there in Virginia. That's a lot of rain. Up to a couple inches had fallen in parts of Delaware, southern New Jersey, Salisbury, Maryland. Just over 2¼ inches as of Wednesday morning. Rain had already soaked the D.C. and Baltimore areas, and they were anticipating some more throughout the past day. Again, not much still showing up on the radar, but the storm did generate some rough surf, strong rip currents from the Outer Banks up into southern New Jersey. Coastal inundation, 1 to 2 feet around high tide. I did see that another home in the Outer Banks of North Carolina was washed into the ocean this past day. Now, aside from the flooding and coastal problems, the rain is much needed, with drought becoming more serious and extensive in recent days throughout much of the east. Well, once you get away from the coastal areas, conditions are markedly different in most areas from Maine to northern Florida, westward to just about the Mississippi River. Everything's pretty much dry, warm, and it's going to stay that way for several days to come. Meanwhile, in the central portions of the country, we continue to see scattered showers and thunderstorms. You're in a lot of rain tonight through much of South Dakota. Lighter rains in western Nebraska. Have some heavier storms, thunderstorms in southeastern and east central portions of Colorado. More heavy rains in the Texas Panhandle region, and a few spotty showers through central portions of Kansas. Looks like a little cluster of showers there in south central and southeastern Iowa as well. Hey, we do have a tropical system. No concerns for the U.S. mainland, but it is finally, after this very lengthy lull in activity, the 7th tropical depression of the Atlantic hurricane season, strengthening into Tropical Storm Gabrielle. It may become a hurricane over the coming days. Direct impacts possible in Bermuda. Indirect impacts in the form of rough surf or rip currents may affect parts of the Northeast Caribbean and the United States. That unusual lull, though, in tropical activity during what is technically the peak of hurricane season finally ends. We have not seen a tropical storm since Fernand back in August, demised on the 29th. It's been not since 1992 that we had seen a similar gap during the peak of hurricane season. Now, the spread out tropical storm continues to battle some dry air near the center of the storm this past day. They tell us interest in the Northeast Caribbean and Bermuda need to monitor the progress of Gabrielle. Any shift in the track could bring wind and rain to the Leeward Islands late this week and into the weekend. Forecast to bring some localized flooding, gusty winds, and rough surf to Bermuda from early to midweek next week. All right, so there you go. Another tropical system finally, but the path, all the models depicting it, it's going to make that turn to the north well off the coast of the eastern USA. Great to have you with us. Who we got on board out of the box there? Philly Dan, good morning from the city of brotherly love. Prayers for the 5 police officers shot in York, Pennsylvania. One of the top stories in the news this past day. 3 officers killed, 2 listed in critical condition at this point in time. Not a whole lot of details available there. All we're hearing is they were following up on some sort of a domestic dispute that had taken place the previous day. We'll share what we have, which again isn't a whole lot, coming up here. And he followed up, glad to see Jimmy Kimmel pulled from television, making bad comments about Charlie Kirk. There's another. It's not known at this point. What they're saying is the program's pulled indefinitely. So I'm not exactly sure where that's going to go. Is it just going to be for a few weeks, an undetermined amount of time? ABC surprisingly said the rhetoric has to cool. Cooler heads have to prevail here. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour on this eve of Friday. 66 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, clear skies. So, well now, Antifa, now designated as a terrorist organization, and those who fund it now subject to an investigation. Is the White House listening to the overnight drive? 844-844-3388, the number to call. Mr. President, please feel free to dial us up. All right, don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Not sure how long I'll be tuned in tonight. Mercedes having her tonsils out at 07:30 hours. All right, later on this morning. Hammer down and stay safe. What hospital is she going to be at there, Pappy? We may be in the same place. My daughter. Kind of proud of her. She's making, she's doing the prep, as they say. She's going to have her first colonoscopy later this morning. Got to be there at like 7:25 a.m. And she told me this past, I said, are you ready to drink that stuff? No. She's got one bottle down. She's got to drink another at like 1:30 this morning. But she said, I've got some reading material. And went into the restroom earlier, and she's got some little pocket-sized copies of the U.S. Constitution. Well, that's good reading. I'm proud of you. How about that? But yeah, she's not looking forward to that. Fun times, right? Up all night in a place you don't want to be. All right, hello to JR. Good morning, overnight drive family. 57 degrees, Waterford, Michigan. That's actually Country Bumpkin checking in here. We'll get to some of our other listening friends. Feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit TEL360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Good morning to Bill. Bill Lang, who's... Good morning, all. Stay safe out there. He's going to head over to the app. Good afternoon, Larry Hammerdown. 63 degrees, Platkill, New York tonight. Hello to Jeffrey there in southern Florida. Morning, Steve, in the overnight shift. Oh, there's Jerry, Central Alabama, checking in. Love listening to you. 72 degrees here in Central Alabama. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Todd, 76, clear in Little Rock, Arkansas tonight. There's Tank in the house. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Thursday. Cloudy, 85 degrees here in Barstow, California. Getting this plastic-covered freight truck a good bathing. Then we'll be headed back east toward the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Hello, Marianne. The 15 car on board. Happy Thursday. A perfect 67 here in Charlotte. Congratulations to your father being nominated to the Broadcast Radio Hall of Fame. It was great to hear your old buddy Willie playing a clip from his show last week. There's Shorty, I-95 southbound, Savannah, Georgia, 75 degrees. Orlando, turnaround number 2 underway. Hello, Rockpick. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, always a good listen no matter what time of day you listen. It's a school night, so I'll be headed over to the app. Stay safe and enjoy out there. Hello, Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew. Steve Sommers, just another beautiful morning on the patio with the Queen. Special prayers for the officers killed and injured in Pennsylvania. Yeah, prayers for all involved in this tragic incident and those serving and protecting. God bless you all. There's Jerry in Kokomo. Morning, Steve. Thanks for Hotshot Secret putting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show on for us all. Thank you for keeping us updated, Steve. Praying for the police, the first responders in Pennsylvania, their families. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Prayers for anyone that may be needing them this morning. We don't know a whole lot, but the word from York County, Pennsylvania, 3 officers fatally shot, 2 wounded in southern Pennsylvania. The shooter dead as well. The officers were at the scene, kind of out in the middle of rolling farmland, following up on a domestic-related investigation that had started the previous day. Governor Josh Shapiro stating this is an absolutely tragic, devastating day. We grieve the loss of 3 precious souls who served this county who served this Commonwealth, who served this country. This kind of violence is not okay. We need to do better as a society. Now, it was one of the deadliest days for Pennsylvania police this century. Back in 2009, 3 Pittsburgh officers responding to a domestic disturbance were ambushed and shot to death by a man in a bulletproof vest at that time. Condolences began pouring in from departments across the region via social media. People began leaving flowers at the headquarters of the Northern York Regional Police Department. Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner Christopher Paris says the grief will be unbearable, but we will bear it. He's pledging a full, fair investigation. The shooting erupted in the area of North Cordius Township, about 115 miles west of Philadelphia, not far from the Maryland line, they say. There was a farmer who lives across a 2-lane country road from the scene, said he was in his shop when he heard shots ring out, which he described as quite a few. A helicopter arriving, a large police response, obviously. Initially, the 2 injured officers listed in critical but stable condition at York Hospital. I believe that is still the condition to the latest update. They have not identified the shooter, the officers, or which police department they actually belong to. They have not described the circumstances of how they were shot. The investigation is ongoing. Shapiro said he and other officials met with the slain officers' families, who, while grieving, took the time to say how proud they were of their loved ones. Attorney General Pam Bondi calling the violence against police a scourge on society. Federal agents are on the scene to support the local officers at this point. The emergency response unfolding on a rural road in south-central Pennsylvania. Officers throughout the day keeping people well back from the scene. Some 30-plus police vehicles blocking off roads, bordered by a barn, a goat farm, soybean and cornfields. Shapiro says we need to do better as a society. We need to help the people who think that picking up a gun, picking up a weapon, is the answer to resolving disputes. All right, 844-844-3388. I guess you kind of woke up to the news there, not too far, but the Maryland line, would that be like Western Maryland?
Kind of central Maryland. So Codurus Township is probably about halfway between, well, it's not even that, it's be closer. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of halfway between Gettysburg and 83. Okay. So you're talking, probably 10 miles north of the state line, and it's just you have Gettysburg, and then a little bit further to the east is Hanover, and then Codurus is the next township over, so it's about, 10, 15 miles east of Gettysburg, which puts it probably about 15, maybe 20 miles west of York, Pennsylvania. So it's right there in the neighborhood of, halfway in between there. And as I say, maybe 10, 15 miles north of the state line from Maryland. So in all actuality, it's about 25 miles as the crow flies from the backyard.
Wow.
And so, yeah, it's kind of close to home there. Kind of woke up to the news, and it actually, the reports that I first started seeing, on the internet it was right outside Shrewsbury, which is really in the backyard. So that kind of really turned my ears a little bit, and we started investigating a little more and found out a little more about it there. But pretty much what you ran down is all I've seen on it there. So there really hasn't been much more development released than what you just went through. So, but yeah, just a sad day for local law enforcement and law enforcement in general. I was talking to Pappy there a little bit earlier, and he says he's got a source there that just reports from around the country, and there's just an officer involved incident every day, whether it's a shooting or line of duty death or whatever it is. It's just every day after every day after every day. It just continues on, and yeah, I think the governor's right. I think people have to figure out what to do to resolve their problem without picking up a weapon, whether it's a firearm or a knife or a hammer or whatever else they can come up with. But I think I don't know. Is it more of a mental thing? Is it? I don't know. Has the whole world just changed since COVID? Has COVID just changed the world this much? So I don't know. I guess at some point, 100, 200 years down the road, when they can look back and go through all the information, maybe the smart people then will be able to figure out what happened to
what happened in society. Yeah, let's say, hey, we have to pause there. But first, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Chicago is a death trap, and I'm going to make it just like I did with D.C.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson are taking President Trump to task over his renewed threats to send the National Guard to the Windy City. A heated Johnson says no one has asked him to send in troops to help him tackle crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is we are driving violence down on this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Pritzker says you can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it and possibly suffering from dementia. Trump said this week he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 260 points. The S&P 500 fell by 6 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 72 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Great to have you on board as we roll into a new day. What are we looking at? 18th day of September. The waning days of summer, fall, arriving early next week. Wow. Hey, hello to Jason. Check it in this early Thursday. Kevin's on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. All right, he's been in hiding. Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 63 degrees here in Charleston, West Virginia tonight. Been having a great time with the hot blonde wife on vacation. We've been in the Keystone while I took some classes. Got done on Wednesday, took a car tour of a small part of the Gettysburg battlefield. And now we're headed back west. Planning a day and a half in the Gateway before we make it back to the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. I've got some big news to relay next week. Or I can give Brother Rambler the microphone and he can say what I've been up to. That's called a teaser. How about a special Appalachian shout out to Mr. Knucklebuster from the Mountain State. All right, yeah, about 24 hours ago, Lauren, I was sharing a story about livestock haulers. Some piece of legislation being introduced to enforce, I'm trying to do it from memory, the 28-hour rule when livestock's, you got to unload to make sure they're fed. I said, how many trips are there actually livestock on board for more than 28 hours? And I thought that was a question you might be able to answer for us. Seeing that's your biz, right? Okay, let me get back to horse feathers here. Is my recollection correct? It was a 28-hour rule we were talking about, right?
Yeah, you're right on with the number there, and it was from 1873 that law was put in effect.
All right.
So, because, I talked about it there, that I thought it was probably more for the railroad because trucks weren't really, well, we didn't have trucks back then, Your Honor. We had Teamsters, but they drove horses. So, anyways, but that's a whole nother story in itself on its own. But yeah, Lauren Weiss there, that's a that's actually a good deal there. As far as now we're talking about Pennsylvania and Southern PA and Gettysburg. We did that car tour there. So there's multiple ways to see the Gettysburg National Battlefield there, and you got to go inside, and I forget what the whole big thing is there. You see it. Somebody's going to call in and say how stupid I am that I don't remember it, but the big dome part of the building there where it shows all the way around. You walk around the whole thing. They narrate it. You walk around the whole thing, and they light up where all the different battles happened and tells about what happened through Gettysburg through the whole battle there. And anyways, it's been there for a long time. It was painted a long time ago, and I'm thinking it's well over 100 years old. So anyways, but you can walk around. There's horseback tours of the battlefield, to get around. There's bus tours. And then they got this deal like what Lauren was just talking about is a car tour. And you can actually go there with your vehicle, and you can hire a person from the National Park Service to actually guide you personally through the tour of the battlefields, and you get a real close and up personal tour guide there right with you in your vehicle. And we'd actually done that. Our friends came from Colorado there, and we looked at the price for the four of us to get on a bus, and for the price of that, the four of us together could do the tour guide, and we had the Suburban, so we drove out there and we put all the seating in the Suburban and picked up all the Great Dane seating that had been in the Suburban and made it so it was for humans. And it still smelled a little bit like Great Dane, but we couldn't do anything about that. But anyway, so we all sat in the middle in the back, and the tour guide there, he sat up front and drove our Suburban through the Gettysburg National, battlefield there, and gave us a full tour. And the nice thing about them doing it that way with your vehicle is they made a lot of extra stops, at least our tour guide did, a lot of extra stops that the bus wouldn't. And some places we took extra time, and other places we didn't take quite as much time. But you didn't have to wait for everybody to get on and off the bus and miss a lot of stops because you spent more time getting on and off the bus than you did actually getting to see the battlefield. So
wow.
So anyways, there's a couple extra minutes of time put to that. But yeah, so I guess anybody in law enforcement or family that has law enforcement, as somebody said there, say you love them every day, make sure you tell them to be safe. Best thing I can say is when they're doing something, make sure they take an extra hesitation, take an extra breath. If you're doing the traffic stop or if you're going up to a house or, you're really doing something, take just that half a second, take a breath, just look the situation over just that little bit extra to see if there's something you're missing that you might be able to, see just by not rushing in quite so fast. I don't know. It's a hard thing, and anybody that works out here at our time of day is at a very disadvantage of, what they're walking into. And so anyways, I don't know. Other than that, we're out here. Thanks for playing the Josh Malloy song, because we've just been riding along here. Just it's either that or we need Eddie Rabbit there. The windshield wipers slapping out time like in the radio. I don't know. However that one goes. Maybe
I love a rainy night.
Mix of the
yes.
Yeah, that's right. So maybe we'll put that into the mix of the overnight sing along with horse feathers for later on. Anyways, we'll have to get up to date on that. But yeah, so Josh Malloy's done well here. Anyway, so I was really looking forward. I was going to take a few minutes tonight and turn on some TV on my phone there because I wanted to watch a clip. I heard there was going
to be something, but I don't know what it was. He disappeared. Who we got on board? Jennifer, listening from north central Kansas. 62 degrees. Hey, shout out to Norman. Tony said he really enjoyed meeting you the other night, getting to talk to you. Everybody, stay safe out there. Very good. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thirsty Thursday or Friday Eve. Eskimo Mom on board. 43 days till Halloween. My, 70 days till Thanksgiving. We're just 104 days left in the year of 2025. All right, my wild Wednesday finds me in Muncie, Indiana, waiting for the manager to close the store so I can drop and hook, then back to the yard, see what they want me to do next. Yeah, sad to hear of the shooting there, York County, Pennsylvania, 3 dead, 2 injured, because someone didn't want to cooperate with law enforcement. Prayers to their friends, family, the community. We are clear, 59 degrees in Muncie, Indiana at this hour. Everybody be safe out there. Michael chimed in and said, I know a lot of people are PO'd about Jimmy Kimmel, but what about free speech? And that's been a big topic of discussion. So many, from individuals from all different walks of life losing their jobs, their profession, in light of comments via social media. And pretty much all are saying the same thing. Now, the update says there will be no more Jimmy Kimmel on TV for the foreseeable future after the late-night host offered his take on the reaction to the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk. ABC spokesperson tells Deadline Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely was the word, following the FCC chair weighing in early on Wednesday. The stunning, sudden dropping of Kimmel comes mere minutes after Nexstar axed his late-night show on the 32 ABC affiliates it owns out of a total of 200 stations around the nation. Now, Nexstar's owned and partner television stations affiliated with the ABC television network, they said, will preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live for the foreseeable future, beginning with tonight's show. That was the Nexstar statement on Wednesday. Nexstar strongly objects to recent comments made by Mr. Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk and will replace the show with other programming on its ABC-affiliated markets. So it started with Nexstar, and I guess ABC decided to make it across the board. Now, having previously mocked President Trump on the president's take on the NFL and TikTok, Kimmel offered his blunt assessment of the aftermath of Kirk's death in his opening monologue. I guess that was that Monday show. In his monologue, he starts off, well, we hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. And he went on from there, but what is he talking about? Someone shared a little meme. How'd they put it? Jimmy Kimmel logic. Speaking to everyone who knew the shooter, stating unequivocally he was espousing far left ideology, especially in the last couple of years. To which Jimmy, his logic, so you're saying he's a Republican? Yeah, I guess that's his logic. I don't get it. But there you go. Free speech. It's a whole new level. A quick timeout. We'll be back. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 70 degrees. Got a little bit of rain yesterday, more like a trace. I was able to get loaded for Miami, so I'll head out Saturday night. Drive for a few hours, finish it up on Sunday. I hope Jimmy Kimmel saved his money because he's out of a job. ABC Disney indefinitely preempting the show. Well, got to get up early to go to the primary physician to get him to sign a paper so I can get my orthopedic shoes. I've been trying to get this done for 2 months. His office, he's pathetic on following directions. Anyway, then I'm headed to the golf course. Try to hit some balls, putt a few till my son and his friends get there. Should be a good time. Hope I can keep my balls out of the woods. Yes, and thoughts with the law enforcement and their families there in Pennsylvania. Have a great night. Everyone be careful out there. Neil on board. Howdy, Steve. Let's see. The Wild Kingdom. Been a long time. The Rage here from Joanna, South Carolina, otherwise known as the Wild Kingdom. Howdy, everybody. Cripshot in the house. Morning all. Truckers, the backbone of our economy. Morning, Steve. Sounding good as always. All right, gonna eat my pork rinds and listen in. And shout out to the Eagle. I haven't heard from Eagle here in a few days, have we? All right, did get a response from the two-time world champion bull hauler. When it comes to livestock, he said most trips for our cattle loads average from 850 to 1,200 miles. Cattle are never on a trailer more than, say, 18 to 20 hours, which we can do legally using the Hauls Act. Yeah, some trips are longer, but not more than 22 hours. Unless a non-qualified guy or gal is trying their hand at a specialty that few can do for a career. All right, so I got to get off here. The hot blonde wife wants me to pay attention to her. All right, priorities. Thanks for the update, though. Hillbilly Dex, what's going on?
Hey, Steve, and all the late-night listeners, overnight drive, I want to appreciate you, Hot Shot Secret, and Stay Bill for keeping you on air, buddy. Steve, I've been kind of silent ever since Mr. Charlie Kirk was murdered, and I'm not afraid to use that term, murdered. Now, Steve, I'm gonna PO a bunch of people tonight, but if they don't like what I say, they got my phone number. They can call me. I blame it on the parents for most of this stuff that's going on nowadays with these young kids. And, they took God out of the church, out of the schools, and you got 6-year-old boys telling their mom and daddy they want to be a girl, so they'll name it George instead of George. It'll be Georgette. You understand what I'm saying there?
Right.
And then every time you get a 6-year-old kid up there, and if instead of whooping their butts with a 3-inch oak board with 3 or 4 holes in it, you can't even whoop a kid anymore, or you go to jail. And but they'll take these kids because they can't handle them to a doctor, and it's always some other disease they got. I don't know if that's the medication they put them on or what, but that's my thoughts on it, and I pray for the families and the community up there in Pennsylvania where the 3 officers lost their life. But anyway, Steve, y'all have a good night, and tipping the hat and ringing the cowbell, exit 81 off the big 75.
All right, there you go. Hillbilly Tex. Good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. All right, 844-844-3388. When it comes to enforcing English proficiency regulations and implementing common sense initiatives for the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, OOIDA believes Derek Bars is the right man for the job. In a letter sent to Senate leaders Tuesday of this week, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association asking lawmakers to waste no more time before they confirm Bars as the FMCSA administrator. The former Florida Highway Patrol chief, nominated in March to lead the FMCSA. His confirmation hearing was in July, but the Senate hasn't voted yet. The trucking industry has been supportive of Bars, pointing to his experience with the Florida Highway Patrol, Florida Department of Transportation, and the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance. We have the utmost confidence that Mr. Bars will implement common sense, cost-effective initiatives that are already underway as part of the DOT's pro-trucker package that was announced in June, according to the letter signed by President Todd Spencer. Under his leadership, the FMCSA can finally make progress on these priorities, given his past experience and demonstrated commitments to working with small trucking businesses and professional drivers. We encourage the Senate quickly confirm Mr. Bars. Now, OOIDA told the Senate Majority Leader John Thune and Minority Leader Charles Schumer that Bars will be particularly helpful in efforts to enforce regulations regarding English proficiency and broker transparency. We've worked with the DOT to demonstrate that the ability for commercial truck drivers to read road signs, communicate with law enforcement is a critical safety issue. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy joined OOIDA officials in Austin, Texas this past May when they officially announced the enforcement of CDL holders to possess basic English skills. Now, they also say they're hopeful bars can direct a broker transparency rulemaking to the finish line. Now, according to local reports, Bars has turned in his letter of resignation with the Flagler School Board there in Florida, will soon join the FMCSA as a senior advisor while he awaits to be confirmed. The FMCSA website lists its current leadership as Chief Counsel Jesse Ellison, Senior Policy Advisor Michael Hampton, and Director of Governmental Affairs Ryan Snyder. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tell360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk is being held without bond in Utah.
Tyler Robinson appeared at a virtual hearing in Provo on Tuesday, where he was informed the state is seeking the death penalty in his case.
We did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. That was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray.
That's State Prosecutor Chad Grunender. 22-year-old Robinson appeared in a green bulletproof vest and nodded as the judge spoke. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Authorities in Utah say a man who was arrested just after Charlie Kirk was assassinated claimed he fired the shot to help the real shooting suspect escape.
71-year-old George Zinn yelled that he was the shooter to allow the actual suspect to flee. Tyler Robinson was arrested late Thursday and has been charged with aggravated murder for the killing of the conservative activist. Robinson apparently acknowledged Zinn's arrest, telling his roommate in a text message that police had grabbed some crazy old dude. Zinn is being held on charges of obstruction of justice and possession of child sex abuse material. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A Senate hearing with FBI Director Kash Patel went off the rails fast today.
Patel and Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee shouted at one another over subjects that included the Charlie Kirk and Jeffrey Epstein investigations.
I'm not surprised that you continue to lie from your perch and put on a show so you can go raise money for your charade. You are a political buffoon at best.
Earlier, Patel and New Jersey Senator Cory Booker had accused each other of tearing the country apart. Patel's handling of the Kirk investigation has faced scrutiny, with some noting the suspected killer is behind bars, mainly because his father turned him in. I'm Lisa Carton.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 260 points. The S&P 500 fell by 6 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 72 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Federal Reserve lowered interest rates by 0.75 points. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
This is an absolutely tragic and devastating day for York County and for the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
3 police officers were shot and killed while serving a warrant in York County, Pennsylvania this afternoon. 2 more were critically wounded. The suspect is dead after turning the gun on himself. A man and woman in Milwaukee are accused of locking 6 young children inside of a Milwaukee storage unit.
Tuesday, officers responded to a report and found children between 2 months and 9 years of age in the storage unit. None of them were injured. The 2 suspects, a 26-year-old woman and a 33-year-old man, were arrested. Charges are still reviewed by the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The former host of Blue's Clues now has a new podcast.
Oh. Hi, it's me, Steve. You know, you're just in time. Blue and I are just headed over to the newsstand.
Steve Burns was the original host of the popular children's show from 1996 to 2002. Now the 51-year-old has a podcast called Alive, which he says will build on the joy and wonder of Blue's Clues. Burns says the idea for the podcast came from the viral TikTok videos he posted during the pandemic, where he checked in on his followers. The first 2 episodes of Alive with Steve Burns dropped today. I'm Monica Nelson.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3.20. Mono County, California is up to $4.78, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down at $2.52. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Tel's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. Tel has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, ready for a new day? Well, here we go. Working our way into a Thursday. Start thinking about the weekend just around the corner here. Thanks for joining us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, we kick off this hour talking other industry headlines. Yeah, we were sharing where OOIDA sending a letter to the Senate leaders earlier this week, trying to prompt them, please confirm Derek Mars as the new FMCSA administrator. We need leadership, right? We are hopeful that Mars can direct a broker transparency rulemaking to the finish line. That's Regulation 371.3, requires brokers to keep records of each transaction. Now, even more, each party to an individual transaction has the right to review the record. Right now, many brokers get around the regulation by requiring carriers to waive that right. There is a proposal to beef up regulations on broker transparency that was issued last year, but the latest regulatory agenda indicates the FMCSA plans to unveil a new proposal in May of next year. Yeah, that very well means it could be sometime in 2027 or even later before a final rule takes effect. We're also optimistic Mr. Barr's confirmation can help advance this critical transparency rulemaking to ensure the small business truckers can protect themselves against fraud and other unfair practices. Delaying this rule further permits these brokers to continue to evade regulations, taking advantage of motor carriers the same way they've been doing for decades now. Of course, they started with the English proficiency rule. Got an update this past day. Where do we stand? Thousands of commercial vehicle drivers have, they tell us, been placed off the road for failure to meet the English language proficiency requirements. The latest federal data, since late June of this year, a total of 3,020 out-of-service orders for English language violation issued to commercial vehicle drivers. That's according to the FMCSA's database that aggregates roadside inspection data from all over the country. They broke it down by region. English language proficiency violations, the eastern region, there have been 386 such violations issued. In the Midwest, 615. The southern tier, 878. And the western is at 1,141. That's a major jump in the number of English language out-of-service violations recorded over the past month. In mid-August, the number of out-of-service violations was listed at 1,212 in the same database. As we've been following, non-compliance with existing federal regulations requiring English proficiency for commercial drivers was returned to the out-of-service violation, following the executive order from President Trump. The spring of this year, calling for agencies to rescind the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's memo from back in 2016 that directed law enforcement not to place truck drivers out of service for English language violations. Now, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy put the number of drivers taken out of service at approximately 1,500 at the end of June. Now, he has advocated strongly for strict enforcement of this rule since taking the reins at the Department of Transportation. So those are the latest numbers. It'd be interesting to see on a state-by-state basis. California, New Mexico, Washington, there were three specifically that were not following the guidance and putting drivers out of service. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. We're going to give a big old simplified shout-out and a hoorah to Mr. Lauren Wheat at world famous bull hauler. I appreciate the shout out back. A simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron and Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, you're world famous too, T. According to that list, right?
Right.
Oh, mercy. Well, I know I am. I'm the best thing that ever sat behind the steering wheel of a big truck. You don't believe me, just ask me. I'll tell you. I'm a legend in my own mind, right? And I'm full of baloney, too, right?
That's a good thing.
Well, yeah. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she ain't doing too much on that, putting them non-English speaking truck drivers out of service there, because they close up at night, so all them guys that can't speak no English, they run at night there. Ain't no window time to go, right? So I guess if you're going to catch them, you got to be open 24/7 like trucking, right?
The trucks don't stop when the sun goes down.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, I call them all hours of the night and wake them up if I need to. So, it's been one hell of a day. We were talking about a bunch of stuff last night after the show, and I'll call you again tonight and give you an update on what my lawyer said. But did I hear right? They let Slick Willie Cunningham go from Women Loving Women Radio?
I hadn't heard a thing about that, no.
Oh, I thought somebody had said something about it there. I don't know.
It was
maybe I'm hearing things I don't hear too well.
Jimmy Kimmel, the television late night.
I don't even know who he is, and I ain't missing nothing either. So Tennessee used to listen to him, so I don't care. They can let him go all day long there. But anyway, you need to. I guess you and Slick Willie Cunningham are friends, right?
Yes, yes, we are.
Yeah, well, you need to talk to him. So, and I'll tell you what I was told after the show. So, but anyway, man, it's been they sent me a new bank card for mine and Tennessee Bank. We got two bank accounts. One was her account, one was mine. Her check went into this one here, and they wouldn't turn my new card on, Steve. Said I had to come down there with a death certificate and get Tennessee's name removed from the bank account in order for me to get access to the money that we both had in there, and my name is the first one on the account.
Really?
So, I don't know. Yeah. So, Saturday, we're going to go remove her name from both checking accounts, hers and mine both. But both of our names were on it, so that just don't make a whole lot of sense, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they got more technicalities you can shake a stick at there. But anyway, hey, you got a great show going. I feel sorry for them families up there in Pennsylvania that lost their loved ones there for the police officers, but that's a sad thing in this country. And the Bible tells you to spare the rod and spoil the child. Well, it's talking about a shepherd's hook, and that's what you do. You don't beat somebody to death with a shepherd's rod. They take that hook and they guide that sheep where they want to, see? Now, a swift pat in the butt ain't never hurt nobody to get their attention first. And I used to grab just a little bit of hair at the nape of that neck if I wanted their attention because they wasn't paying it. And I didn't pull no hair out, but I'd tug hard enough to get their attention. And believe me, every one of them pays attention when I call their name now. So we'll keep listening in. I'll talk later on. If not, the loneliest hour is always ahead of us.
There you go. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Have a great morning. I guess even Donald Trump chimed in on the Jimmy Kimmel announcement. Via the real Donald Trump. Great news for America. The ratings-challenged Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent, worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth. two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. President DJT. Meanwhile, 17 past the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Meanwhile, out west, supposed to be kind of a soggy day. Southern California, parts of the desert Southwest. While the winds associated with the former tropical storm Mario have pretty much faded away, moisture from the storm streaming into the southwestern U.S. to end the week here. Some areas will benefit temporarily from rainfall, but excessive rain in others may lead to flooding and other hazards. According to AccuWeather, lightning strikes could ignite new wildfires in areas with dry vegetation. The bulk of the rain in the Interstate 5 corridor of Southern California occurring from overnight tonight and through the day Thursday. In San Diego, the greatest amount of rain occurring Wednesday night. In greater Los Angeles, it'll be Thursday morning. Initially, rain mixed with oil residue on the roads will make slick conditions, increasing the risk of accidents. Then as the rain pours down, runoff will lead to ponding on some streets and highways, and potentially debris flows in hilly terrain. Now, they're forecasting a general half of an inch to as much as 1 inch of rain forecast to fall. That would be many times the historical average for the month of September, coming down in a matter of 24 to 48 hours. Some showers may reach as far north along the California coast as San Francisco. A thunderstorm or two could bring some sporadic rain to California's Central Valley. As the moisture spreads inland, heavy rain will be wrung out over the south and west-facing mountainsides in Southern California. 1 to 2 inches forecast. Downpours and thunderstorms will extend into parts of Central California and the interior Southwest, including Las Vegas and Phoenix, where there will be the risk of flash flooding and debris flows. Rainfall for this event on into Friday could reach 5 inches in some areas. Hazardous conditions are possible in the Sierra Nevada, including flash flooding, debris flows, wildfires. Now, in some areas where little rain falls, lightning strikes from thunderstorms can spark new fires as drought conditions combine with the dry fuel after a summer of intense heat and lots of sunshine. Only higher humidity levels and lower temperatures may act as a deterrent for fires, except where it manages to pour down. So precip, we don't see a whole lot of that there in Southern California. Under health news, I know that there are many, many folks out there, millions that are taking statins, trying to reduce cholesterol levels, right? Very interesting where the latest findings say statins are among the most prescribed and profitable drugs in medical history. But new research reveals that while they do lower cholesterol, they may also quietly undermine metabolism by promoting insulin resistance, which would raise the risk of diabetes, slashing GLP-1 levels by nearly half. Study published in Cell Metabolism found that patients on Atorvastatin, one of the most common statins, if I pronounce it right, experienced a nearly 50% drop in their GLP-1, the hormone mimicked by the popular weight loss drugs like Ozempic. The trial followed 30 individuals, starting atorvastatin for 4 months alongside 10 adults not taking the drug. As expected, cholesterol fell, but blood sugar levels rose. Insulin resistance worsened, and the GLP-1 levels plunged by nearly half. Researchers discovered that statins reduced levels of Clostridium bacteria in the gut. Those are the microbes that produce a bile acid called UDCA that helps the body generate GLP-1 with fewer microbes. The UDCA dropped, and so did the GLP-1 supplementing UDCA. Data consistent with what we already know, according to a Harvard-trained doctor with a doctorate in metabolism from Oxford. Statins are known to increase the risk of type 2 diabetes. What this study shows is one reason why. They lower the GLP-1, the hormone critical for blood sugar and appetite control. Statins may lower the very hormone that GLP-1 drugs are designed to restore. I'd call it a metabolic paradox, he says. Why does it matter? He said tens of millions of Americans take statins for cholesterol, while a rapidly growing number are being prescribed GLP-1 drugs for diabetes or weight loss. If one drug blunts the other, the consequences could affect millions. Patients should be informed of this interaction, but many doctors may not know about it. The study appeared in a specialty journal that may have been overlooked by many in the mainstream medicine. But they say the evidence is not isolated. A large study in 2024 confirmed statins raise the risk of diabetes, especially at higher doses. The Cell Metabolism trial offered one possible explanation, which is disruption of gut microbes that lower the GLP-1. Researchers say it remains unclear whether statins diminish the benefits of GLP-1 drugs and whether a simple, inexpensive supplement like UDCA could actually help. Obviously, we need some follow-up studies, he says. Experts stress that while drugs can be life-saving, lifestyle should be the first line of defense. Healthy eating, exercise, weight management all play critical roles in lowering heart disease risks. Drugs are tools, but you don't use a chainsaw to hammer a nail. Patients deserve to know the risk and the benefits so they can help choose the right tool for them. Now, how many years have we been pushing and touting lower cholesterol? And for whatever reason, they continuously lowered what they call the healthy level of cholesterol. I know some doctors say, well, you've got elevated bad cholesterol, but you've also got a higher level of what they call the good cholesterol. And some doctors say that'll kind of counterbalance each other. Now, I know there's other doctors that try to say, no, that's an old wives' tale. There's no counterbalancing. High cholesterol is bad. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up. Diet changes. Tyson Foods will be dropping corn syrup and other additives from their products by the end of the year. More details on that. So much more to come. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com. Back following a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Chicago is a death trap, and I'm going to make it just like I did with D.C.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson are taking President Trump to task over his renewed threats to send the National Guard to the Windy City. A heated Johnson says no one has asked him to send in troops to help him tackle crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is we are driving violence down in this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Pritzker says you can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it and possibly suffering from dementia. Trump said this week he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 260 points. The S&P 500 fell by 6 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 72 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it here. What's going on? Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Quiet on a Thursday. Got an update on Operation Midway Blitz as we take a look at Chicago. Department of Homeland Security revealing some of the worst criminals they've taken into custody here in the first week of this operation. The campaign launched in honor of Katie Abraham, who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run wreck caused by a criminal illegal alien in Illinois. They are targeting the criminal illegals who have flocked to Chicago and Illinois because they know Governor Pritzker and his sanctuary policies will protect them, allowing to freely roam the streets of America. According to the memo from Homeland Security, President Trump has been clear. If politicians will not put the safety of their citizens first, this administration will. I was on the ground in Chicago today to make clear we're not backing down, says Secretary Kirsty Noem. Just this morning, Homeland Security took violent offenders off the streets with arrests for assault, DUI, felony stalking. Our work is only beginning, she says. They released some details on 11 of some of the most dangerous criminals they've taken off the streets of Chicago thus far, despite the efforts of the state Democrats to protect and coddle the criminals, she says. Christian Alejandro Lopez Cervantes, criminal alien from Mexico, charged with felony assault, domestic violence, felony illegal reentry. Mauricio Garcia Vasquez, criminal alien from Mexico, unlawful use of a weapon, illegal possession of ammunition, Aldo Bahena, criminal alien from Mexico, convicted of murder. Gabriel Soto Rivera, a criminal alien from Mexico, charged for domestic violence. Catalino Alejandro Lesaquic, criminal alien from Mexico, domestic violence with a final order of removal. Javier Garcia Diego, criminal alien from Mexico, arrested for felony assault. Jose Juarez, criminal alien from Mexico, arrested for obstructing justice, assault, and disorderly conduct. Rosalio Palayo Sagaldo, criminal alien from Mexico, arrested for 8 DUIs, felony vehicle theft, obstructing justice, felony drug conviction, who had previously been removed from the country. Jean Carlos Aranda Gonzalez, criminal alien from Colombia, arrested for drug trafficking, resisting an officer, traffic offenses, larceny conviction. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has an ongoing listing of more of these worst of the worst via their website, detailing the arrests. On that site, dozens of these dangerous criminal aliens are listed there. The site notes that each of the illegals you see here had been convicted or accused of heinous crimes that put the American public at risk. They're currently in ICE custody or have already been removed from the United States. And their work continues day in and day out. Meanwhile, yes, the Jimmy Kimmel, ABC television, said the Jimmy Kimmel Live taken off air immediately after he made the controversial comments about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. He had suggested Tyler Robinson, the man arrested for shooting and killing Kirk, had actually been a supporter of President Trump and the Make America Great Again movement. The statement, "We have made the difficult decision to preempt this show in an effort to let cooler heads prevail as we move toward the resumption of respectful, constructive dialogue." Now, Kimmel, during his opening monologue, as I shared earlier, stating the MAGA gang trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, doing everything they can to score political points from it. These are supposed to be comedy late-night shows. Yeah, where is there any comedy in what he has to say? Now, most of the evidence, obviously, from the case supported the suspicion that Robinson was motivated to kill Kirk over his opposition to the LGBTQ agenda. Of course, had been in a romantic relationship with the trans-identifying male. Now, this past day, Nexstar Media was the first announcing the show would be preempted indefinitely from the stations they own. Soon afterward, ABC officially announced they had pulled the show from all stations indefinitely. Nexstar Broadcasting Division President Andrew Alford called the comments offensive and insensitive in a statement explaining the company's decision. Continuing to give Mr. Kimmel a broadcast platform in the communities we serve is simply not in the public interest at the current time, he says. We've made the difficult decision to preempt this show in an effort to let cooler heads prevail. Now, there you go. So there's, Kimmel had also claimed last month that President Trump was the one behind the end of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Of course, Colbert was also a frequent critic of Trump. But that's where things stand. Under industry headlines, the Oregon Department of Transportation making some changes when it comes to the process of earning a commercial driver's license. Effective October 1, the department will begin utilizing a new commercial driver's manual. They'll also update both the CDL knowledge test questions and CDL skills test material. Now, the adoption of the new knowledge test following standards established by the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators. That's an Arlington, Virginia-based nonprofit developing model programs in motor vehicle groups' testing standards better assesses a driver's ability to use up-to-date technology. These updates will impact the score sheet, the vehicle inspection checklist, pamphlet, and the CDL examiner manual. There will be changes to the CDL skills test as well, they say. The state DOT said the changes will impact two important components of the exam: vehicle inspection and basic control skills maneuvers. While the new manual and testing will go into effect at the beginning of October, they say, the department said third-party examiners will be allowed to utilize both the current and or updated test until June 1 of 2026. Under our industry headlines, 844-844-3388. Welcome back.
Thanks, Your Honor. Yeah, went into a spot in Virginia here across the river, the Rappahannock River. I guess they cell service only works on one side of the river, and then you have to pick it up with another tower on the other side of the river. So
and you left us with a teaser.
Anyways, yeah,
a teaser.
Well, I was gonna say something about the Jimmy Kimmel thing, about a way to watch something to have, career-ending suicide, to have explain how to do it. And apparently, Jimmy Kimmel's figured that out. But I don't understand it, Your Honor. These people have these high-paying positions. They make good money. Why would you even if writers wrote that for you, why would you even read something like that to know that it might have the issues, especially after you saw what happened to Colbert? Why would he even go that way? And as you said, it's, I don't know. Are these shows really supposed? I mean, they're supposed to be entertaining, but I mean, are they supposed to be comedy? Because it looks like what they're trying to do is be the comedy club type program on television, where if you want to go down to Baltimore or Cincinnati or New York or whatever city you're in and go to one of the comedy clubs and see the stand-up comedian doing what you know they're going to do, because you know the type of person they are and the show they're going to put on, but to put it out there on a national platform where you have all types of audience, and they just turn it on because they want to be entertained. Or actually, when Johnny Carson and even after Jay Leno there was actually informative information on there, and they brought guests on to interview guests, and you learn things about people. I mean, how many times was, if you would go way back in the day, was Don Rickles on with Johnny Carson and Burt Reynolds and Dean Martin, and you just on and on and on of the celebrities and musical guests, and you actually got to learn something about people. And I don't know, it just seems like the show is more about the host than it is about giving entertainment and information to the watchers anymore. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. And then you read that list off there. Now you see the other side there will say that all those people are supposed to have their due process, Your Honor, because they have rights and they're supposed to, be given. So, but of course we're we're on the side that they've already broken the law, and they've already so I don't know. I guess it's time to get rid of the criminal element out of the country, hopefully, and hopefully we can do it and not have a whole lot of more problems than what we've been having doing it. But anyways, Your Honor, I guess that was just called check back in there real quick and say sorry that they got disconnected with the service there earlier there. So, but anyways, good to hear from Lauren Weiss and a little information there and the knuckle buster. And so with that, I guess we're going to keep on watching the wipers go back and forth because we ain't seen this low pressure get out of here yet. So
still playing in the rain.
We'll just keep on wiping and wiping and wiping. So anyways, all right, Your Honor, with that, we'll talk to you later there.
Shorty just forwarded to me, this whole Jimmy Kimmel thing is, I guess it keeps getting going from bad to worse for Kimmel. Sinclair Broadcasting, that's another division that owns radio or television stations around the country. Sinclair says Kimmel's suspension is not enough. They're actually, according to this, calling on the FCC and ABC to take additional action. Any of the ABC stations that Sinclair owns around the country have said they're actually going to air a special in remembrance of Charlie Kirk during Kimmel's normal live slot time for the Friday episode. Sinclair is actually the largest ABC affiliate group in the country. How about that? Sinclair further calls on ABC to demonstrate commitment to professionalism and accountability while calling on Kimmel to issue a direct apology to the Kirk family. Furthermore, Sinclair asked Mr. Kimmel to make a meaningful personal donation to the Kirk family and Turning Point USA. Regardless of ABC's plans for the future of the program, Sinclair intends not to return Jimmy Kimmel Live to our air until we're confident that appropriate steps have been taken to uphold the standards expected of a national broadcast platform. Wow, that's deep.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Got an email. He says, I'll go by the name Burn Toe. Hello, Steve and the overnight crew. Companies have the right to fire anybody. Free speech goes both ways. When you get hired, in most cases, you're more than likely signing either a waiver or some sort of a code of conduct, as they call it. Yes. Every company I've ever worked for, including the current, has a code of conduct that you sign on to follow. Anything that you would do to potentially shine a negative light on your employer, give them any sort of bad publicity, bad press, they have the right to dismiss you for that. Now, he says all these people that are losing their jobs technically only have themselves to blame. And a lot of this has to do with social media in this day and age. I mentioned earlier this week, many companies follow what employees are following or posting on their social media accounts. Oftentimes when you're applying for a job, they'll, during their background check and all the typical things, they'll actually do a search, see what you got going online. All right, thanks for chiming in, Burn Toe. Have a great night. 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Thursday. So let's move over to an update. Yellow Corporation, the now defunct Yellow, has entered a motion with a federal bankruptcy court in Delaware to sell a Baltimore service center valued at $4.7 million, according to the filing earlier this week. A separate filing before the court showed the estate has just 11 owned terminals remaining in their portfolio. Of course, at one time, the nation's third largest less-than-truckload carrier, operating more than 325 terminals when they closed in July of 23. The Baltimore location is listed with 54 doors, sitting on 10.7 acres, being purchased, they say, by a real estate firm. They have now sold more than 200 service centers for nearly $2.4 billion since this whole liquidation began. Final report of the court filed earlier this month showed a 2-year equipment auction that generated $176 million in net proceeds. That was the tractors, the trailers, the forklifts. Yellow has also sought permission to have commercial real estate marketing platforms list their remaining owned locations, calling for a 30-day bidding process ending around November 5th. Winning bids to be approved by the court on November 12th at a hearing there. CBRA will continue as the estate's exclusive real estate broker. The monthly operating report for July showing Yellow with $623 million in cash, funds to be used to settle outstanding claims, including those from the former employees for paid time off, sick time they were owed, and grievance pay. Yeah, meanwhile, the FMCSA database, they say, back up and running after several data sets were unavailable this past day. FreightWaves reporting via DM that the missing data was returning what they call the 404 error. Data's been the backbone of a grassroots effort to bring more scrutiny to safety in the trucking industry. Users were questioning why it had all disappeared. There were swaths of public carrier data not accessible on the website. Census files, crash files, inspections per unit, citations. Most of those links are updated daily on the FMCSA website. We're no longer working, they say.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tel today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson are taking President Trump to task over his renewed threats to send the National Guard to the Windy City. A heated Johnson says no one has asked him to send in troops to help him tackle crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is we are driving violence down on this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Pritzker says you can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it and possibly suffering from dementia. Trump said this week he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Disney's ABC has announced it's taking Jimmy Kimmel's show off the air for the foreseeable future following comment about the killing of Charlie Kirk. In his monologue Monday night, Kimmel raised the possibility the alleged assassin of Kirk, Tyler Robinson, might have been a pro-Trump Republican.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
The announcement came after Nexstar Media Group, a major operator of ABC-affiliated stations, said in a statement that they strongly object to the recent comments made by Kimmel concerning the killing of Kirk. The Texas-based company said earlier it would replace the show with other programming on its ABC-affiliated markets. It's unclear when or if Kimmel will return to the air. Alleged text messages from the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk show he's been planning the attack for over a week.
Tyler Robinson told his roommate to drop what they were doing and look under his keyboard, where they found a note which read, "I had the opportunity to take out Kirk, and he was going to take it." Robinson's father recognized him in photos while the manhunt was happening and eventually turned him in. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Former New York Congressman George Santos says he's in solitary confinement following a death threat at his New Jersey prison.
The 37-year-old says he's been forced into solitary confinement at FCI Fairden for at least 30 days while the FBI investigates a threat against his life. In an essay for the South Shore Press, Santos described his new digs as an extremely dirty cell that had a sink, a toilet, and a shower with ice-cold water. Santos, who's serving 7 years in prison on federal fraud charges, has called the prison hell on earth and is hoping President Trump commutes his sentence. I'm Natalie Migliori.
NFL great Dan Marino says he's been living with liver disease for nearly 20 years.
The former Miami Dolphins quarterback turned 64 this week and said he's been living with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease since 2007. The disease is typically connected with obesity and occurs when fat cells accumulate in the liver. Marino says he was told to cut back on the pizza and the ice cream, and his doctors recommended a Mediterranean diet of mostly vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. Doctors say fatty liver disease can lead to cancer or cirrhosis, but is reversible if treated. I'm Michael Kastner.
At least 3 police officers were killed in a shooting during a domestic-related investigation in North Codorus Township, Pennsylvania. That's just southwest of York. The state police commissioner says the officers were there as part of a domestic-related investigation. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
And welcome back. Rolling into a Thursday, 18th day of September. Just a few more days of official summertime left. Definitely still feeling like summer, though, for a good chunk of the country. Late season warm-up here after that cold blast a week or so ago. Yeah, Shorty sends me an update. Incoming! A massive asteroid nearly the size of a New York skyscraper. Yeah, making they call it a close approach or pass by the Earth early this morning. The early hours of September 18. They say the asteroid, officially dubbed 2025 FA22, is set to race past the Earth at more than 24,000 miles an hour. It'll do so again in 2089 and 2173. How they figured that out, I don't know. But the asteroid measures 427 and 951 feet across, similar to the size of a large skyscraper. NASA and the European Space Agency confirming it poses no immediate threat. Updated measurements have ruled out a collision. The asteroid has now been taken off the risk table, they say. Impacts on this scale are rare, but the consequences, they say, would be catastrophic. They had a press pass Thursday morning offering a rare opportunity to study a skyscraper-sized asteroid up close. First detected in March of this year using a special telescope in Hawaii. It was then added to the ESA watch list of possible dangerous asteroids. Due to the size and the speed, if it did strike the Earth, it would crush a major city and other areas, setting off fires and tsunamis. We won't be able to see it, but astronomers with strong telescopes or binoculars could spot it as a faint dot against the stars about 3:40 a.m. this morning, a little less than 2 hours from now. NASA estimates more than 1.3 million asteroids are in the solar system. 30,000 plus are classified as near-Earth objects. NASA's Asteroid Watch always monitoring for asteroids that could come within 4.6 million miles of the Earth. Any object larger than 492 feet passing within that parameter means it is a potentially hazardous. It earns that label. Heading down to Florida. What's going on, Philip?
Oh, not much, buddy, but if you had something like that impact the Earth, you think an atomic bomb is bad? That's nothing compared to that thing. Just the shock waves off of it coming at you, it eats you up.
Yep.
So it's nothing to play with. That's why everybody's watching this, this 3-eye Atlas thing that's out there. It's going to go past Mars, but that's why everybody's watching it so much, And there's always the alien thing to throw into the deal with that as well.
Right.
But did you hear about yesterday, Steve? We had a little incident up in space yesterday. Did you hear about it?
I did not. No. What happened?
Well, you remember the other day, Elon and those guys launched a restocking mission for the ISS, the Cygnus module. It was not module, it was a cargo capsule that goes up there and they refill the ISS up with their supplies and whatnot. Well, they were bringing it in and they had an engine problem, so they had to back off for a couple hours and then try again, and they finally got it in there, but they had some engine problems getting it up close to the ISS, and it's one of the few times I've ever heard of them backing off. I've never heard them backing off at all. Usually, with the autonomous stuff, with all these capsules, they can go right up on it and get it the first time, but evidently they had to back off. This is the one where they grab it with the arm instead of it coming in and just being, mating up with the ISS, it goes in and stays at one position.
Mm-hmm.
Then the robotic arm goes out, grabs it, and then they hook it up. And they had problems with it yesterday. I just didn't know if you had heard about it or not. I know it was, I thought 6:30 in the morning, so that was after the show. So, but yeah, I was really surprised about that. And then, Steve, what's the deal with this Pennsylvania with these 5 policemen getting hurt? And we had some fatalities. And do you know more about that story?
Limited information. Yeah, three dead. The other 2 listed in critical condition. Supposedly they were responding to the scene where, like the day before, there was some sort of a domestic something or other. I'm not sure if they were looking to serve some sort of a warrant. They hadn't really released. They haven't identified the officers or which department they were with. They haven't identified the suspect. The suspect is dead. Initial reports said police killed him, and then secondary reports said he took his own life. That's about all we know, though.
Oh, wow. I know we've had some crazy things going on down here in Florida. Yesterday in Seminole County, as a 68-year-old gentleman that they were investigating on a pornographic deal and child porn deal at his house. And they went to go see him. They were going to do some more investigative work. They had got some more warrants to go in and get different things. And he came out with a gun in his walker and a .38. And he pointed at them, and they said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I got to do this." And they killed him right there yesterday in Seminole County, over in Longwood, Florida. And the gentleman came out in his shorts and his shirt and had a gun in his waistband. And they said, "Put the gun down or get the gun off," and he did. He pulled it at him, pointed it at him, said, "I got to do." Took care of business. They didn't want to, but they did because he was threatening them. And then yesterday, Steve, I don't know if you heard about it. Florida is picking up now with the executions, and we had an execution yesterday about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Gentleman's been in prison now for over 35 years. 1990 was when he was put in for murdering his ex-wife's sister and her parents. And we had one the week before, and we've done 12 so far this year. Supposedly they wanted to do 80, but they're stepping it up. Governor DeSantis has signed a lot of death warrants, and I guess we're not playing around no more. What's your feelings about that, Steve?
Gilligan brought that up last evening. Why he does not support, the death penalty. For crimes of this nature, though, I stand by the death penalty here in this country.
Yeah, this gentleman, 30 years is a long time to be on, this deal without figuring out what's going to, if it's going to happen or not. And these guys are sitting there for, 20 plus years before the appeals start falling off, and it's, the week before that, they had one that had happened in 1992 when the gentleman was put in. And, I hate to say it, but, I'm kind of like an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth back in the day. And, it's hate to be that way, but it's just that way, you don't killing somebody. And it's just one of those things, especially if they've been sitting in jail for 30 years. And, also, Steve, what's this? Well, we got a lot of people are getting fired, and things are happening where people are losing their deal because of their comments on social media and stuff about recent assassination and whatnot. What's your feelings on that, Steve?
I understand they all trying to say free speech, but the atmosphere is the sentiment on either side is anything. It's almost like inciting more violence, and that's what they're trying to say. Those comments are insightful to other people, supporters of Charlie Kirk and things of that nature. I kind of see where they're coming from. You can't say things, especially when they're posting things like, I think Ben Shapiro should be next. Have you seen some of those sort of comments? Do this person next or that person next. Dennis Prager should be on the list. I've seen all those trying to actually entice someone to do it again.
Yeah, I look at it this way, Steve. When people go look at it, get a job nowadays, they look at your social media, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to check you out. It's not like you just walk into a job anymore, one-on-one and look at somebody. You're doing a lot of stuff online now, and a lot of people think that they have to put their feelings online, on their social media. I don't. I very rarely post on my social media. My social media is probably a ghost town compared to a lot of people. And it's the reason why is because you can make your comments to yourself or your friends or to your significant other or whatever. But when you start putting it on social media, it goes across the world and everybody and their brother can see it. And we don't want to, it's like if you're an individual that's in a very high influential place, which I just heard about one on your newscast, which I can't comment about due to my employer, but, you have ramifications for your consequences. And a lot of people think they can just go on there and say whatever they want, whenever they want. It ain't going to interfere with their life. Well, I got news for you, folks. It does interfere with your life. Because once you're on there, you're on there. It doesn't go away, does it, Steve? I don't think it does.
No.
And I know Grump will comment about that. He'll tell you the same thing. It'll be on there for a long time, and it's going to come back on you. And by the way, Steve, do you remember when you were at the other place, the W place?
Yeah.
Do you remember a gentleman named Jeff Carr? Jeff Carr?
It does kind of...
You remember a gentleman named Jeff Carr that worked with you?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I mean, the name was ringing a bell. Yes.
Okay. He was your producer. He was your call-in guy. Like when you call into the station there and you put you on hold, he was the guy that would answer the phone and whatnot. Well, I saw he's got a new podcast. It's called Locked On Bearcats. And he's a Cincinnati guy, a diehard Cincinnati guy. And, he's got a new podcast on YouTube, and I want to kind of throw some folks his way because, Jeff was always cool to me. I don't know. I don't know what the back scenes with you guys were back there, Steve. I wasn't in that studio with y'all back in the day. But he was always nice to me and seemed pretty cool. And I just thought I'd mention it. I hope you don't mind.
Not a problem.
And, I don't know. Do you remember him now?
I remember the name. I cannot visualize. Philip, if I had to go back and go through over the 20-plus years there, how many producers we went through, man, oh man, the list was extensive.
I can just imagine. You went through a ton of people.
Yep.
And I believe he was with you before. He might have been before iHeart took over that deal.
Mm-hmm.
And but I saw it on Facebook this morning. I thought, you know what, I'm going to mention this to Steve because, hey, the guy is a diehard sports guy. If there was anybody that was built for sportscasting, this guy was it. And I got to say it truthfully. The guy, he loves the Cincinnati area. He's diehard Cincinnati to the end. He said he bleeds Skyline. That's how bad it is for him.
Wow.
And he's a good sportscaster. And I'm pretty sure you had a pretty good part in that deal, helping him out. And but I just thought I'd mention it. I know we've had a lot of things going back from the past, with Dave and that. And but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one, and thanks for having me.
All righty. Thank you for, as always, checking in. Philip, have a good morning. I did a quick search there. I'll bring to you the latest out of Pennsylvania, where the scene is actually, they say, still active at this moment and will continue to be probably through the morning hours there in York County. More to come.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Not the latest I could dig up from WGAL there in Pennsylvania. You know, they held the last press conference was about somewhere 9:30, 10 o'clock this past evening. Officials have not released the names of anyone involved in Wednesday's shooting yet. They did say officers were serving a warrant related to a domestic incident that happened on Tuesday. An absolute tragic, devastating day for York County and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania State Police and York County District Attorney's Office say continuing to investigate the shooting death of 3 officers and the wounding of 2 others. Significant resources from both state police and the York County DA's office are on scene as of 10 p.m., including the district attorney, Tim Barker, and staff members. The investigation, they say, spans multiple locations throughout York County, expecting the investigation continuing through the overnight, early morning hours. An overview of the investigation, they tell us, will be provided later in the day today, Thursday. But they did say the public can be assured there is no ongoing threat to their safety as a result of this incident. State Police Colonel Christopher Paris said we're dealing with a very large, active investigation scene. Pennsylvania State Police has been asked to convene a major case team to conduct the lead in this investigation with the assistance and collaboration with the York County District Attorney. I'd like to say on a very personal note, he says, our hearts and our prayers go out to them, to the families of the deceased and the families of those officers who were wounded. There are no words I can offer to explain the grief this community has experienced and unfortunately will continue to experience. Paris did say state police are assisting Northern York County Regional Police with their calls to support them. York County District Attorney Tim Baker remains on the scene. Again, that was a little before 10 o'clock in the evening, but the update there. So that's we'll probably get some names and probably an update as to what the warrant was being issued for, responding to Tuesday's incident sometime later this morning or later in the day today. All right, about a minute before news break. Knucklebuster back on board. We got you coming up here, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. Maybe Brother Ramble will offer his 2 cents. He did forward to me earlier in the day that college football is officially moving to a single off-season transfer portal window. The announcement coming down this past day. So some changes taking place to that portal. What does that all mean? Give you more details coming up here. But first, for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Chicago is a death trap, and I'm going to make it just like I did with D.C.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson are taking President Trump to task over his renewed threats to send the National Guard to the Windy City. A heated Johnson says no one has asked him to send in troops to help him tackle crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is we are driving violence down on this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Pritzker says you can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it and possibly suffering from dementia. Trump said this week he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 260 points. The S&P 500 fell by 6 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 72 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership.
all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Scoop, college football. According to the report, the Division I Administrative Committee voted to approve a legislative change that eliminates the spring transfer window, but did not sign off on establishing January the 2nd through the 11th as the loan portal window for FBS and FCS players. In response to feedback from student athletes, the Oversight Committee will discuss modifying the dates and the length of the proposed January window. That says the committee will consider those adjustments when they meet in October. FBS head coaches advocated for a January portal window at the AFCA convention in January, and both oversight committees voted to support changing the transfer windows earlier this month. This is going to bring some major changes, they say, to the timing and duration of the off-season transfer period in college football. It'll be interesting to get Big Ed and Grump's take on this when they check in Friday morning with this weekend's college picks. The initial proposal, they say, would require college football players to wait until January 2nd, the day after the completion of the college football playoff quarterfinals to enter their names in the transfer portal database and be contacted by prospective schools. Graduate transfers were previously allowed to enter the portal early. Now have to wait until that January window. Players would have 10 days to enter the portal, but are under no deadline to make a commitment to their next school once they enter the portal. Players on teams still competing in the college football playoff in January would have 5 days after their final postseason game to enter the portal. This season's college football playoff semifinals, the Fiesta Bowl and the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, scheduled for January 8th and January 9th, respectively. In previous years, the winter transfer portal window opened in early December on the Monday after the bowl game selections. So this change is to alleviate some of the stress of the loaded December calendar, during which transfer recruiting, coaching changes, bowl practice, high school signing day, bowl games, and playoff games were all going on at the same time. Last year's winter portal window was December 9th through the 28th, with the spring portal window April 16th through the 25th. Total number of FBF scholarship transfers has increased yearly, surpassed 3,200 in the 24-25 portal window season. So eliminating the spring window is a move the NCAA has considered in recent years. First, they established a 15-day window in April of 23 and marked the final deadline for players to transfer and be immediately eligible at their next school. This year, the 24-25, the spring window was reduced to 10 days, but it has, as we know, become a source of frustration among coaches in recent years. Unexpected post-spring departures, they're difficult to replace, and the elimination of the one-time transfer rule has given players and agents the leverage to demand more money by threatening to transfer. Coaches have also taken advantage of the spring window to cut underperforming players and bringing in additional transfers. But pretty big changes there to the college football portal, as they say. Welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Did we miss the weekend? And it's already gotten into Monday morning, because them phone lines sure ain't ringing this morning, are they? I thought it was a totally terrific Thursday myself.
Yeah. Some days are better than others. I don't know. I don't get it.
Oh, yeah, I know that's right there. Well, it's all about the money in that college football nowadays. That's all it's going to be about forever. So, and the Vegas bookie is the true winner. So, well, they just need to wait and do the transfer after the national championship game, don't you think?
Yeah, the whole idea of people joining the transfer window when they've actually got football still to play, I don't like that.
Yeah, I know that's right. Just turn and run on the team you was playing with there. That just don't make sense to me. So, they need to make sure they keep them there till they. And it's like that Carson Beck guy down there in Georgia. He just up and left them, which I don't know. I'd have probably left Kirby Smart too. So, anyway, well, it's a good thing that meter he missed us, see. So, because we'd have had to have called our good neighbor State Farm, and we could have been in good hands with Allstate if it'd have hit, right?
Yeah, a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, no, that's right. As long as it don't hit in Mississippi, I'll be all right with it. Well, hell, now I done lost my train of thought there. Hell, now. I guess I've been up too damn long. Oh, mercy. Hell. I'll come back later on. I'll figure out what the hell I was going to say to you. So, couldn't have been that important, right?
Hey, we all suffer a brain fart from time to time. That's what you call that, right? Yeah, meanwhile, the president, I did get to catch some of the coverage this past day as President Trump and the First Lady receiving the royal treatment in the UK. This is actually his second state visit to the United Kingdom, opening with pageantry this past day. Well, here today, Thursday, the shift is going to focus on economic ties with, they tell us, 3 new agreements expected to expand cooperation between the two countries, according to the Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly yesterday. She said, we will expand our technology cooperation, our defense cooperation, and ultimately bring more money and more jobs back to the United States. There are $1.7 trillion in economic ties between the U.S. and the U.K., noting that President Trump previously negotiated a historic trade deal that benefited American industries, namely our farmers and workers. Today, we're going to see even more deals hitting the defense industry, technology, nuclear, all these great economic relationships that we're going to continue to forge thanks to the work of the deal-maker-in-chief. Now, President Trump is the first U.S. president to be invited for a second state visit from the King of England. He has a lot of personal ties to the UK. His mother, of course, hails from Scotland. He also has a great relationship with King Charles III, Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and others. That's how he was able to get that historic trade deal over the finish line that opened new markets for farmers, cattle ranchers, who are now able to sell more goods into the UK because of the president. Kelly also discussed the economy, saying the Federal Reserve must act quickly to lower interest rates. Of course, that decision did come down a quarter of a point, 0.25 base rate. The president has said time and time again, Jerome Powell's too late, and he's right. They are out of step with where inflation is. All right, so that quarter point was implemented this past day. Meanwhile, let's get to Senor Heatwave. What's going on?
No, good morning, Senor. Just traveling east here on 40, going to Knoxville in the Volunteer State. I tell you, it's been a while since I've been this way on 40 in a long time. Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff happening. And I tell you what, prayers go out to those officers involved in that shooting up there in Pennsylvania, and I sure hope whoever done it gets strung up themselves. There's no damn reason for this. You know, of course, they do say domestic issues that the police have to go to is probably the most dangerous ones, because you don't know if you're getting set up or what the mindset is of the person that's making the ruckus. So, I mean, that needs to be immediate death penalty. You know, I don't care if they were on drugs or they were mad or they were drunk. You did it, own up, and pay for it.
Well, that's
probably going to be.
Well, that suspect's dead, though. The police shooting in PA, the suspect is dead. I think they said that they confirmed police did shoot him. So,
well, I wonder how many times. I mean, good night. That's something. What about this hanging I've been hearing about? What's going on with this? So the black man was hung at a college campus? Is that what this was, or am I totally missing the mark on that?
Yes, it was, I believe, a college campus, but they're saying there is no foul play. I guess it was a suicide.
Well, you know what's going to happen. The media is going to get on it.
Try
ABC,
to twist it.
NBC, CBS, CNN. Yeah. Well, he wouldn't have done it had he not been bullied or harassed or whatever by the MAGA. I mean, speaking of that, I mean, Jimmy Kimmel, I guess Nexstar pulled him from their stations, and then ABC pulled him from theirs after the insensitive comment he made about the Charlie Kirk assassin. I don't know if it's insensitive to him, but I mean, it was really a slap in the face to the rest of us, saying that they're trying real hard to prove that he wasn't MAGA.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's been all over saying the kid had been politicized more and more. And, he may have been a Republican to begin with, but I mean, with his ideology changing, good night. Why are they trying to keep score of, left so much, right so much? The boy shot a man, killed him. He knew exactly what he was doing. He already had set it up, planned it.
Yeah.
So you can't say, well, he needed help because, and you can't say that he was out of his mind because he knew what in the hell he was doing. And I hope they do come to a decision quickly, give him fast and fair trial. And then don't leave him on, if he is convicted and if he is given the death penalty, don't leave him on there for 30, 40 years before you actually do something about it.
Yeah.
Hell, he'd have a better chance of dying in prison before he'd actually hit the firing line or the chair or the table. If we're going to have the death penalty, we need to make damn sure we are right 100%. I mean, if his DNA is all over that gun, if video shows that he's there, and there's no question, and he admits that he did it, pull the trigger, let's get this over with, show these people there are consequences for your actions, and you're not going to wait 30, 40 years before it actually happens.
Yeah.
I would like to see it done that year, or within a year, maybe 2, to give them the full benefit of the 3 times that they can appeal the damn thing, get the appeals to go through fast on him or anyone else, and then pull the trigger. It just disgusts me that this has been going on. To get back to Jimmy Kimmel, my co-driver pulled up a clip from CNN, and they were saying it was a Trump administration person that was put in place at the FCC that decided they were going to pull these people off the air. No. I mean, you can't have a president saying you can't report this, you can't report that, and we're going to pull your licenses if you do. I mean, that's just not the way it's done. But, I mean, these people, their mindset is we tell a lie long enough or distort the truth to where it favors our narrative, then it'll eventually be our truth that the people are going to believe, or the lies. It will turn into the truth. I'm tired. I mean, there's a lot of us out here that are really we're damn tired of these people changing the narrative to fit their narrative. Whatever happened to reporting the news, the truth? Being middle of the road, not leaning one side or the other. What's happened? It's a sad state of affairs. Well, let's see here. I guess in Albuquerque earlier today they had pedestrian hit on the Interstate 40 there in Albuquerque. And it's like, why would you have people walking the interstates in New Mexico? Well, that's just the way those people are brought up, especially on tribal lands. They will walk the side of the interstate, even at night. I mean, there's nothing more that'll wake you up more than seeing this figure in black on the side of the road and the headlights barely hit them, and you're like, oh crap. You know, it's like, was that a bear? Was that a human? What the hell was that? But, I mean, they've had that, and they had a car fire that shut down the interstate there in Albuquerque. And now they're having issues, and I posted this one on your page, they're having issues with potholes. Not potholes, but sinkholes forming in the streets. They had one where a car ran over the hole, didn't have an issue, but the one behind them actually went into
I saw that.
the sinkhole.
Yes. Boom. Sudden stop.
Yes. It's like, damn. Yeah. Sudden deceleration trauma, as we like to call it. And right there, right before Balloon Fiesta next month, it's like, man, I mean, with the stuff that you see that I've put on there, I mean, why would anybody want to come to Albuquerque and take the chance of getting your car swallowed up, stolen, you know, put on blocks because everybody wants what you got on your car, and the crime and the trash that's been going on? I mean, yeah, they do a good job of cleaning the city up as far as getting all the weeds cut down or removed or whatnot, but I mean, you can polish a turd and it's still a turd. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So, and on my last trip to Texas here this past weekend, you know, things have changed down in my my former neck of the woods where my parents live. Things have definitely changed. Maybe not for the better, but they have changed. And I would rather live in Texas right now than to stay in New Mexico due to all the crap that's going on, especially with the politics. Now, Steve, what is the price per barrel of oil right now? I mean, is it still in the 60s, or did it shoot up to $90 a barrel?
Last I saw it, right in the 60 something range. $63.
Yeah. Why is fuel still this damn high? There's no reason why it should be this high. I mean, are they doing the changeover to the winter blends right now? I mean, I really did not see a whole lot of change in fuel prices from New Mexico to Central Texas.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's almost like there's a conspiracy to keep the fuel prices up so Trump's promise of lower prices doesn't get fulfilled. Yeah, and I know you've got to make $65 a barrel before anything is profitable out there, but I mean, this is plain ridiculous. How is it that other countries can just pump oil out and their prices in their country are just, you know, almost next to nothing, 5-10 cents a gallon? And here we are, we've got the resources, we've got the black gold under our feet, and we're still paying the high exorbitant amount. I mean, you know, the city, the state and federal taxes really aren't that much. I mean, if it's 50 cents total, you know, that would be a surprise to me. But if we have this much energy where we could export to Europe and keep them from buying Russian natural gas or diesel or fuel or anything, then why doesn't it translate to lower prices here? Well, I tell you what, I got a lot of ranting and raving, and I probably ought to get off.
And I don't know what the answer. I don't know what the answer to your question is, but yeah, I mean, yeah, the price per barrel has been coming down, Yeah, the pump prices, they have been dropping, but it doesn't seem that they're keeping up with the drop in the per barrel price, right? And then, of course, exploration. A report yesterday said, big oil is returning to exploration with a bang. Maybe we'll delve into that a bit more in our next hour, which we're rolling up on the news break here. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up. Tyson Foods will remove high fructose corn syrup from their products by the end of the year, part of an effort to cut controversial additives, according to the report, announcing that they also plan to phase out sucralose, as well as the preservative BHA and BHT, and titanium dioxide from their branded products by the end of this year. This announcement is the Trump administration presses all these food companies to change business practices linked to chronic health problems. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has called for cutting excessive sugar, artificial dyes, chemical additives. The change will affect Tyson's portfolio of well-known brands, including Jimmy Dean, Hillshire Farm, Wright State Fair, IBP, across the board. Meanwhile, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you freedom to run your business your way. Learn more at tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson are taking President Trump to task over his renewed threats to send the National Guard to the Windy City. A heated Johnson says no one has asked him to send in troops to help him tackle crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is we are driving violence down on this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Pritzker says you can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it and possibly suffering from dementia. Trump said this week he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Disney's ABC has announced it's taking Jimmy Kimmel's show off the air for the foreseeable future following comment about the killing of Charlie Kirk. In his monologue Monday night, Kimmel raised the possibility the alleged assassin of Kirk, Tyler Robinson, might have been a pro-Trump Republican.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
The announcement came after Nexstar Media Group, a major operator of ABC-affiliated stations, said in a statement that they strongly object to the recent comments made by Kimmel concerning the killing of Kirk. The Texas-based company said earlier it would replace the show with other programming on its ABC-affiliated markets. It's unclear when or if Kimmel will return to the air. Alleged text messages from the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk show he's been planning the attack for over a week.
Tyler Robinson told his roommate to drop what they were doing and look under his keyboard, where they found a note which read, "I had the opportunity to take out Kirk, and he was going to take it." Robinson's father recognized him in photos while the manhunt was happening and eventually turned him in. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Former New York Congressman George Santos says he's in solitary confinement following a death threat at his New Jersey prison.
The 37-year-old says he's been forced into solitary confinement at FCI Fairden for at least 30 days while the FBI investigates a threat against his life. In an essay for the South Shore Press, Santos described his new digs as an extremely dirty cell that had a sink, a toilet, and a shower with ice-cold water. Santos, who's serving 7 years in prison on federal fraud charges, has called the prison hell on earth and is hoping President Trump commutes his sentence. I'm Natalie Migliori.
NFL great Dan Marino says he's been living with liver disease for nearly 20 years.
The former Miami Dolphins quarterback turned 64 this week and said he's been living with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease since 2007. The disease is typically connected with obesity and occurs when fat cells accumulate in the liver. Marino says he was told to cut back on the pizza and the ice cream, and his doctors recommended a Mediterranean diet of mostly vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. Doctors say fatty liver disease can lead to cancer or cirrhosis, but is reversible if treated. I'm Michael Kastner.
At least 3 police officers were killed in a shooting during a domestic-related investigation in North Cadorus Township, Pennsylvania. That's just southwest of York. The state police commissioner says the officers were there as part of a domestic-related investigation. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Casey and Lacey demonstrate Region 2 dominance in Superfarm and Mini. Roth and Molnau answer back on behalf of Region 3 in Light Limiteds and Superstock trucks. And the Beasleys haul a second Big Light Pro check back to Region 4 as the Enderley celebrates the best from every corner of the pulling world. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The Enderley Memorial Pull-Off overtook the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio for the 19th time. This year, the Steiner Tractor Parts Regional National competitors were the late draw on the twin tracks and sent twilight into darkness and summer into fall with 12 highly competitive classes. In light limited Superstock, Jeremy Roth's Mohawk Warrior Atlas won its second straight, this time on the final hook of 3 and by 20 feet. In Classic Superstock, Matthew Spillman's Shell Shock Deer, the class of Region 2 all season, laid down a 371-foot first hook to outdistance 2 Eastern Territorial rivals. In Superfarm, it's your turn, Steve, who became the third Casey brother in 3 years to pilot the Whoopie Maker binder to Enderley victory in a class of 4. In Light Pro Stock, Kendall Beasley's Old Faithful High Gear Harvester International was 24 feet too fast for its 4 challengers from Regions 1, 2, and 3. In 4.1 Pro Stock, 3 tractors from 3 states were separated by less than 3 feet. Coming out on top was Jacob All and his Just Add Dirt International. In Hot Farm, Mike Palmer's Red Avenger Classic IH now wears 20.8 shoes, and it's an Enderley winner of another tight 3-entry class. In two-wheel drive, Wayne Timmerman answered his phone to substitute for the Region 3 winner and converted that call into a second straight Enderley win with a Showtime Chevy. In four-wheel drive, Dan Klaczynski's Extreme Whiplash Ford had the rest of the field craning their necks. His 363 feet was the best of 3. In Superstock four-wheel drive, the drought is over for the Region 3 challengers. Ryan Molnau's Blue Streak Chevrolet broke the home region's 4-year stranglehold. In S&S Diesel Motorsport Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0, Brian Shue's Iron Maiden Dodge flew the winning sortie from the number 1 position and held on over the Whitmans. In Modified Mini, Dave Lacey had half the entries and the top 2 finishes. Unchained was the stronger horse and gives Lacey his second Enderley check. And in Modified, FORD has been the power source of choice for Kevin Giroux for decades. The Blue Oval was supreme in a 3-way battle of 3-engine mods. Earlier in the evening, the NTPA crowned its 13 Grand National Champions after a session and a season of thrills. In Light Superstock, your champion is Colton Whitworth with Yield Express. In Newfield Zag Superstock Diesel, your champion is Colorado's with Triple Bypass. In Superstock Open, your champion is Terry Blackburn with Extremely Armed and Dangerous. In High Torque Superfarm, your champion is Gary Chavink with New Attitude. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, your champions are Brent Meyer, RJ Simon, and Brandon Simon with Loud and Heavy. In Two-Wheel Drive, your champion is Chase Richardson with Suffering Sanity. In 4-Wheel Drive, your champion is Tommy Corsa with American Made. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, your champion is Shane Kellogg with Trump. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, your champion is Pat Island with Just Passing Through in Class. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, your champion is Adam Kester with Footloose. In GMS Manufacturing Machine Light Modified, your champion is Wayne Sullivan with the Kentuckian. In Modified, your champion is Brandon Simon with Simon Says. And in Unlimited, your champion is Joe Ader with Emax. We'll congratulate the GN class winners in our next report. This week, the Wolverine Pullers own the schedule with regional national events in Centerville, Michigan on Friday and Saturday, September 19th and 20th, and Hillsdale on Sunday afternoon. NTPAPull.com and the NTPA mobile app for info. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, welcome into a Thursday. Folks on the West Coast as we cross over the midnight hour. 18th day of September. In short order, summertime will be in the rear view mirror. Now, we were talking about the reduced water levels along the lower Mississippi impacting the barge traffic, the ability to move grain, soybean. And in the story, they were talking how China is not buying much of anything when it comes to soy from the USA. A sharp drop in soybean exports to China could impact more than just farmers, according to FreightWaves. It may soon begin putting pressure on trucking jobs, rail shipments, and port operations around the country. At one point in time, America's top soybean customer, China, has drastically cut back purchases in favor of South American suppliers. With fewer soybeans slated to move overseas, freight demand could plummet, and so could jobs. The executive director of the Soy Transportation Coalition tells FreightWaves it's going to have a real impact. When all of a sudden you've got this significant decrease because of geopolitical issues, it really imposes hardship on the freight rail industry and other transportation modes. These companies that invest in export capacity at the terminals, like along the Columbia River or the Puget Sound by Seattle, it's obviously a real concern. China's pullback stems from trade tensions that began back in 2018 when they imposed retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods, including soybeans, after Washington raised duties on Chinese imports. Today, Chinese tariffs on U.S. soybeans remain around 34%, pushing Beijing to shift purchases to places like Brazil and Argentina, where they've locked in millions of tons. Now, last year, the U.S. shipped an estimated $12.8 billion worth of soybeans to China. That was about 25% of total exports from the U.S. For this crop year, 25-26, China has placed 0 new soybean orders. A major blow as the peak harvest season begins. This could be especially severe in some of the top producing states like Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota, Indiana, which together grow about half the nation's soybean crop. Then you've got Nebraska, Missouri, North and South Dakota, Ohio, Arkansas, that are also key producers. Most Midwest soybeans move by rail to the Pacific Northwest for export. Last year, top shipping hubs included the ports of Seattle, Longview, Vancouver, and Washington, as well as Los Angeles and New Orleans. There's a number of these states that are west of the Mississippi River that produce a lot of soybean, like the Dakotas and Nebraska. Traditionally, those are grown and overwhelmingly railed to the Pacific Northwest and put onto an ocean vessel. The fallout from losing China as a customer could ripple through the broader supply chain, hitting warehouse workers, rail yard crews, longshoremen, local businesses that depend on the agriculture exports. The president's tariffs will decrease exports and imports, and it will affect these jobs. It'll be felt differently in different parts of the country because different parts of the country receive trade in different types of goods. Now, he warned time is running short for those U.S. farmers that rely on Chinese demand. Normally, 80% of U.S. soybean exports occur between the months of September and February. The 3 key months within that 6-month period are October, November, and December, and that is almost upon us. While agriculture leaders acknowledge legitimate concerns with Chinese trade practices, they urge the Trump administration to avoid a blanket approach, he says. There are undoubtedly points of friction between the U.S. and China, which are legitimate, but you've got this group of people, farmers, who are growing crops, helping provide for the nutritional and protein needs of China. That clearly strengthens our position. I would think you'd want to protect that at all costs. while we try to resolve these other issues. So we'll see how the impacts begin to be felt. Buckwheat, how are we?
Oh, we're fine this morning, Steve. Thanks for asking. We're closing our way over to New York City, and little foggy, little misty, but moisture is good. But at the end of yesterday, you had said a little bit about the lanternflies coming to Ohio, and I remember, I don't know, it's 5-6 years ago that they came into Pennsylvania, and I remember everybody was all up in arms about it, and just my observation, it seems like the first couple years they increased in population, and like when they were the second or third year, I mean, they were like all over the place. You could walk through the parking lot and you would step on, every time you stepped on the ground, you would almost step on one. And and then as the time would pass, it seemed like the population diminished, and I mean, you'll see them now, one or two here, but they're not so bad. And some of the experts, so-called experts in agriculture, said that he found out some some fungus that kills them, and they also said that the birds decide that they're pretty tasty, and so the birds start eating them, and keeps the population under control. And Cream of Wheat there yesterday, she shared something on Facebook about milkweed. The milkweed plant is good for monarch butterflies, but the lanternflies, when they bite into the milkweed plant, it kills them.
Oh.
And so if you're concerned about the spotted lanternflies, maybe you should start planting a bunch of milkweed around your house. And now you want to get the real milkweed, because at our house they have two different types of milkweed. One's the Oriental type milkweed, and that there does not attract the monarch butterflies, and it does not kill the lanternflies. But you got to get the real milkweed. We tried planting some of that already, and that didn't work out. Somebody gave us seeds, and so that didn't. Yeah, but anyhow, I'll have to try again. But also what a heat wave was talking about there, about punishment. I was watching a video yesterday of a police chase, and they were after these people. They shoplifted in a CVS, and so they had a car chase, and then it ended up in a foot patrol, and then what I found it odd. The officer was, they finally caught the two ladies, and they were sort of resisting arrest, and they said, calm down. This here is only a retail theft. They don't really deal with that here. And I was like, well, why? I mean, they did something wrong. They should be punished. I mean, and it's just the problem with our justice system right now is people, can do something wrong that's against the law, but then don't face the punishment of the crime that they did, or like they get a death sentence and it takes 30 years till they get killed, until they carry out the death sentence. And and you need to have swifter justice. But I also understand the fact that you want to make sure you got the right person. I mean, that's true too. I mean, you don't want to make a rash decision and rash judgment and kill the wrong person. I mean, I understand that, but it's we need to have swifter justice and more harsher justice. Hey, I don't think it's bad to have the people on a chain gang picking up trash along the road, but they also say that's how they get drugs into the prison too. People drop the trash, which is drugs, but Yeah, so it's but yeah, it's I don't know how to do all that stuff. That's why we have the government to do it. But some of these liberals that don't want to see anybody suffer. But hey, if you do the crime, you got to do the time. So anyhow, but yeah, when I go to sleep, I missed out on this shindig out there in York where the police officers got killed. I'm sorry about that, but it's a shame. But people end up, act that way. But that area there in Codorus Township, in North Codorus Township, I remember way back when Prima Wheat and I first got married. It was a hard winter one year, and we had a lot of snow, and they released the drivers' hours of service, and I remember one time I worked for a company that picked up eggs, and we had a couple of farms out in that area, and I was running through these roads, and they were snow covered, and I mean the snow it snowed like 2-3 days before, so I mean this snow was hard packed on the roads, and I got to a hill there. It's sort of a hilly area, and I couldn't get up with my truck. And so I went and grabbed the snow chains out and went to put them on. And, I didn't have an assigned truck back then. And here the driver before had totally shredded the tire chains. So I had to, I wasn't able to use them. So I ended up having to back up for 2 miles so I could find another road to turn down. And, and that week was a rough week. I had worked 90 hours in 6 days that week, and we were just married, newlyweds, and I felt bad for Cream of Wheat there, sitting at home most of the time by herself, and nothing to do, and she was getting bored. So Saturday night, we went to the local shopping mall, and I was barely dragging. I mean, I was really dragging, and so she wanted to go into the store, and I decided, I'm going to just sit out here on these benches. And so I was sitting there, and she was in there shopping, and all of a sudden she whacked me on the shoulder and said, "Let's go home." And I'm like, what do you mean? And she was mad.
Yeah. And
she said, "I was sitting out here for 10 minutes watching you snore." And I was like, "Oh, well, I'm sorry I fell asleep, man. I'm tired, but, I want to be with you." But no, that was the end of our date. She was not too happy about that. I fell asleep on our date. But, so anyhow. Yeah, hey, that's the life of a truck driver. You try to make everybody happy, make your boss happy, make your wife happy, make your family happy, and, this year week, I was surprised. One of my children, they sent me a text message and said, "Hey, thanks for being a truck driver." And I was like, wow, that never happened before. I was pretty pleased with that. One of my children appreciating the hard work that I do.
Yeah.
But hey, everybody likes to be appreciated for the job that they do. I mean, it's everybody likes to be made to feel important. But
so somebody out there somebody saw something in regards to this is Truck Driver Appreciation Week, and let your truckers know.
Yeah, and they acted on it. I'm glad. So anyhow, but all right. Well, that's all I have this morning, and I'll speak at you later.
Thanks for checking in there, Buckwheat. Appreciate you helping a brother out this Thursday morning. All right, how's Senior Heatwave? Ask a bit. It's talking, fuel prices. Are we in the transition period where they start to get ready for the winter blend? Gordon sends me an email. I guess he hauls this. They said we started hauling butane and natural gasoline for blending on the 1st of September. So I guess that answers the question. That process must be underway. Now, the spotted lanternfly. Several years ago when we were first talking about this, and mostly in Pennsylvania the easternmost portions of the country, where they had the quarantine on vehicles. Any truck drivers making deliveries and stopping in certain regions had to inspect their trucks before leaving. And remember all that. It is now continuing to rapidly spread further to the west, eventually probably going to sweep the entire country. Right now, in my home state of Ohio, there's at least 18 counties, including the one I reside in, that are under quarantine, they say, as the spotted lanternfly reaches peak visibility. What do they mean by quarantine? That means plants and trees in those counties need to be inspected before being shipped out of the area. The insects are right now in their fully grown, most visible stages, and they're spreading rapidly, they tell us. The spotted lanternflies, the black spots with the vibrant red underwings. Not a danger to people, but yes, can stress trees and kill numerous garden vegetables. They're not going to fly at you, according to an entomologist at the Ohio State University Extension, but the sheer numbers make them a nuisance pest, he says. Officials encourage, if you see it, squash it. And their eggs. Report them, they say. Experts discourage using pesticides because they say the pesticides would kill other pests that might actually eat the spotted lanternfly. But they tell us they'll likely be around probably till sometime in late November. So continuing that spread to the west. All right, coming up, we'll get a news break, bottom of the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. President Trump announcing he's designating the anti-fascist movement known as Antifa a major terrorist organization. A move that follows the assassination of the conservative leader Charlie Kirk, posting the declaration on Truth Social while he's actually on that state visit to the United Kingdom. Posted that just hours after he attended a state banquet at the Windsor Castle. We'll tell you more. What's that mean? Coming up here just ahead. Meanwhile, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smoothly anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Chicago is a death trap, and I'm going to make it just like I did with D.C.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson are taking President Trump to task over his renewed threats to send the National Guard to the Windy City. A heated Johnson says no one has asked him to send in troops to help him tackle crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is we are driving violence down on this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Pritzker says you can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it and possibly suffering from dementia. Trump said this week he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 260 points. The S&P 500 fell by 6 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 72 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So what does that translate to? The president designating Antifa as a major terrorist organization. Via his Truth Social, he posts, "I'm pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization." He added that he would strongly recommend that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Now that amid the background of the administration doing what they can to crack down on some of these groups that foment political violence. Yeah, the designation was explicitly tied by senior officials to the killing of Kirk at the university event. Yeah, authorities say, we know, shot while speaking at the Utah Valley University. Legal experts say this raises immediate, rather daunting legal questions. Yeah, there is no established federal mechanism for designating a loose, decentralized political movement like Antifa as a domestic terror organization in the same way that we would list like foreign terrorist organizations. Yeah, they tell us past fact-checking and legal analysis have noted presidents cannot unilaterally declare a domestic political movement as a terror group in the way foreign organizations are designated. Any attempt to treat a U.S.-based leadership, or leaderless, rather, movement probably going to prompt court challenges. Now, congressional Republicans for months now have been pushing measures to classify Antifa-linked conduct as domestic terrorism. A House resolution introduced earlier this year urged the Justice Department to prosecute Antifa-linked violence and called for a legislative pathway to treat certain Antifa conduct as terrorism. Analysts say the resolution does not create the statutory tools necessary for a formal domestic terror designation, though. Civil liberty groups say that these sort of strategies would risk sweeping up lawful protest activity and could chill protected speech. Dozens of liberal nonprofits have already pushed back, accusing the administration of trying to exploit the killing of Charlie Kirk to criminalize any sort of dissent. It is 844-844-3388. To the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Yeah, I was just on a vacation trip myself. Just got back here not that long ago, and I was talking to some of the farmers down there in that state that's east and south of New Mexico, Texas, yeah. Anyways, they were saying they were having, Anyways, they were saying they were having bumper crops, 160 to 180 bushels an acre. Some were even having 220 bushels an acre on corn. You know, that good stuff they use to make good whiskey and vodka. Anyways, they were saying that, normally they get about 110, 120 bushels. And I said, well, y'all must be rolling in the dough. They said, no, they're building silos and grain bins, and some of them are leaving their crops in the field because the price per bushel is less than $3 for corn. And it don't matter how much you make. I mean, if you can't even break even on your fuel, your fertilizers, and planting, you're just not making money. You're just throwing it away. But they're putting their stuff in the grain bins and silos and whatnot. Just wait for that rainy day where someone's going to need corn product, or whenever the price of corn goes up. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah. Damn cigar is getting a little rough on me. Anyways, and you got that going on right now in places like, where you're up there in Ohio. They're still growing their crops. So, I mean, when they come up to harvest their grains, they're not going to get much for theirs either. So we're going to have a glutton of corn out here, which I guess is good for us. Yeah. We're going to have feed for our chickens and our cattle and whatnot, but they're even going to have some there for that, what's that stuff called? Ethanol, yeah.
Yes.
So I guess that, yeah. Stuff that's really bad for the car, but the liberals say we need it for cleaner exhausts. To hell with them. They always talk about follow the science, but they can't even tell a man from a woman. So, I mean, go figure, right? And I asked them about the cotton crop down there. And this old boy was saying he was getting 3.5 bales an acre. And when I was growing up, if you had a half bale an acre, you were doing good. But I guess 40 years worth of progress with seeds and whatnot, this is dry land farming. This ain't, with that irrigation thing that goes round in a circle. That crop circles or whatever the hell you want to call that with the irrigation. Yeah. I said, well, hell, you must be just rolling in the dough. And he said, no. And he said, we really ain't. And I said, well, how much is a pound of cotton worth these days? He said 60 cents. I mean, good night. I mean, it was bad enough back then, 40 years ago, where the price of cotton was about the same. I remember one old gentleman, he thought he was doing good by contracting for 10 cents a pound. Hell, a month later, it was up to $1 a pound. It was like, well, I mean, he was kicking himself in the hind end for signing for so cheap. But, I mean, I don't know how many pair of jeans you can get out of a bale of cotton. And a bale of cotton's about 500 pounds or better, 480 to 550. And, it just depends on how much you got in that trailer as to how much they can put in. But, there's no way that the individual farmer can make any money out there because the commodities are so low. And I wonder if that's got something to do with the policies that are in place right now. When Jimmy Carter was president, and he had that, he had an embargo going against Russia with the wheat and whatnot. Yeah, the prices dropped for the farmers out here. But what was happening was other countries that were friendly to us were buying our commodities, and they were getting it at a pretty good price. Then they turned right around and sold it to Russia, and they made a killing. At whose expense? The American farmer. So I really don't appreciate the American farmer getting, fertilized upon because of other countries thinking they have a leg up on us. So, not too happy. And it wasn't too good seeing a lot of that commodity out there on the ground with them having piles and piles of that stuff. And, you really can't put a tarp on these things because, for one, the person climbing up in that corn would absolutely get swaddled. It's like what they call that, wet sand.
Quicksand.
Quicksand. Yeah. So, anyways. Well, I'm going to go ahead and try to find myself an adult beverage and try to quench this thirst. These damn cigars they're getting stronger. I don't know if it's due to the heat or what, but I'm going to go ahead and let you go. You have
all right. Hey, thanks for checking in. The right-wing nut. Hey, I came across a post here. Shared that, was it last weekend, weekend before, whichever. I had the annual Art and Wine Festival there at the Vinicolette Winery here in Southwest Ohio, emceeing the Friday night event. Of course, it was a 3-day event, but always good to get a chance to see Cresso. I introduce him, give some of the background of his life story, and this year, of course, he just unveiled his life story in a print form, his book that was released during that festival. There was a film crew there. I thought they were just there to kind of be documenting the festival there for the weekend. It turns out it's more than that. Yeah, this was a film crew that has traveled all the way from Croatia, where they're actually creating a documentary. Yeah, right here in this community to highlight the incredible life of Creso McCulloch, the beloved owner of the Vinicalad Winery, Restaurant, Vineyard, who just celebrated his 91st birthday. But his story is a true testament, it says, to hard work, overcoming tragedy, how one person can make a difference in the world, from his roots in Croatia to establishing one of the area's most cherished wineries. His journey continues to inspire generations both here and abroad. But there's so much more to his life than a winery. He actually came to this country with blueprints, a briefcase full of blueprints that ultimately ended up being in numerous U.S. military hardware, engines, pumps, things of that nature. Originally came to the U.S. For a venture in Chicago that didn't pan out. He ended up in Cincinnati because of General Electric. One of the top dogs at GE Aviation. He is a genius. Yeah, that's where undoubtedly he made quite a fortune there at General Electric over the years, but he started the winery. He said in Croatia, if there's 11 homes on the block, there's 11 people that have grapes growing in the yard. Everybody made wine in that country, as he put it. Started off, he planted like 50 vines one year. He was just going to, try to make some wine for friends and things of that nature. Never intended for it to become the venture that it is today, with thousands upon thousands of vines out there. But I'm looking forward to the documentary. I'm pretty sure my mugshot will be a part of that, because the film crew got us on stage, got me interviewing Creso, followed us walking up the stairs through the crowd of people there. Fascinating. All right, 12 before the hour, 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
I just happened to purchase a copy of Cresso's book while we were there for the festival. And I thought, I'm going to go. I know that they had a lot of photographs in the back. So I'm looking here, a photograph of the Chromatail. I don't know, it's some sort of a surface-to-air missile system. His engine, he developed the engine and the cooling system in that surface-to-air missile system. His engine for the radar systems on the AWACS aircraft for detecting flying objects. The Black Hawk helicopter. The Black Hawk helicopter, he created an electric motor to control the propeller in the event of a system blockage. Just a few of the things that he had accomplished. A life of an inventor. All right. I have not read the book yet. I know a lot of the Reader's Digest version of his story, but it'll be fascinating to go through because it's all he spent 2 years putting this together, apparently. Meanwhile, industry headlines. Truck drivers for National Freight Incorporated, NFI, have reached a settlement with the company in an employee misclassification lawsuit that's been going on for nearly a decade now. NFI has agreed to pay $5.75 million to end the lawsuit, accusing the logistics giant of misclassifying certain truck drivers as independent truck drivers. The class action suit includes just over 100 drivers. Now, I say after attorney's fees, each driver could receive a little more than maybe $30,000. At the center of the dispute are truck drivers who delivered goods from Trader Joe's warehouses. NFI allegedly hired both employees and independent contractors who performed the same job. It was a typical misclassification case about control over independent contractors and their daily tasks. Contractors had to display NFI's logo and use their Department of Transportation number. They also claimed they could not deliver for other companies. Specifically, contractors were assigned set routes that included the time they had to leave a distribution center. Drivers were to arrive 30 minutes before that scheduled time and monitored with NFI's Qualcomm system during the trip. Independent contractors could not negotiate the per-mile pay or fuel surcharges, giving up control of how much they could actually earn. The complaint alleged that National Freight would delay increases in the fuel surcharge for several weeks when the cost of fuel increased. However, when the cost of fuel decreased, the fuel surcharge amounts would be immediately calculated. Despite not being employees, contractors had to sit through various NFI company meetings, no additional pay for that time. The lawsuit also claimed NFI independent contractors were not paid for all the miles they drove, rather oftentimes paid based on predetermined miles rather than actual miles. Drivers had to cover their own workers' comp, liability, and job-related insurance. These costs were deducted from their weekly settlement statements. An escrow account was set up for damage claims, money returned to drivers 30 days after leaving the company. Drivers also paid for the Qualcomm system through their weekly deductions. Several drivers filed the suit in 2015. NFI fiercely fought back, including by trying to decertify the class of drivers. Class certification was eventually granted in 2020. So eligible drivers included those who entered into an independent contractor agreement with NFI that had a New Jersey choice of law clause. Drivers must have also driven full-time to deliver for Trader Joe's beginning June 22nd of 2009. Now, they say this is not an admission of liability. NFI maintains they properly treated and paid drivers as independent contractors. They believe they owe them nothing. But I don't know, 10 years, litigation, court systems, lawyer fees, what's it adding up to? So I guess it's enough to where they said, let's pay it and move on. $5.75 million. All right, final hour just ahead here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Won't be long, and we'll be talking about, well, changing the clock. Fall, so we'll be falling back. Yet another study suggesting we could avoid millions of cases of obesity and hundreds of thousands of strokes every year if we would stop changing the clocks for daylight savings time. We'll give you more. Again, coming up. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson are taking President Trump to task over his renewed threats to send the National Guard to the Windy City. A heated Johnson says no one has asked him to send in troops to help him tackle crime.
It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the first 2 years. The fact of the matter is we are driving violence down on this city, and we're using every single resource that's available to us.
Pritzker says you can't trust anything Trump says, accusing him of losing it and possibly suffering from dementia. Trump said this week he's planning to send the National Guard to Chicago after announcing a deployment to Memphis. Disney's ABC has announced it's taking Jimmy Kimmel's show off the air for the foreseeable future following comment about the killing of Charlie Kirk. In his monologue Monday night, Kimmel raised the possibility the alleged assassin of Kirk, Tyler Robinson, might have been a pro-Trump Republican.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
The announcement came after Nexstar Media Group, a major operator of ABC-affiliated stations, said in a statement that they strongly object to the recent comments made by Kimmel concerning the killing of Kirk. The Texas-based company said earlier it would replace the show with other programming on its ABC-affiliated markets. It's unclear when or if Kimmel will return to the air. Alleged text messages from the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk show he's been planning the attack for over a week.
Tyler Robinson told his roommate to drop what they were doing and look under his keyboard, where they found a note which read, "I had the opportunity to take out Kirk, and he was going to take it." Robinson's father recognized him in photos while the manhunt was happening and eventually turned him in. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Former New York Congressman George Santos says he's in solitary confinement following a death threat at his New Jersey prison.
The 37-year-old says he's been forced into solitary confinement at FCI Fairden for at least 30 days while the FBI investigates a threat against his life. In an essay for the South Shore Press, Santos described his new digs as an extremely dirty cell that had a sink, a toilet, and a shower with ice-cold water. Santos, who's serving 7 years in prison on federal fraud charges, has called the prison hell on earth and is hoping President Trump commutes his sentence. I'm Natalie Migliori.
NFL great Dan Marino says he's been living with liver disease for nearly 20 years.
The former Miami Dolphins quarterback turned 64 this week and said he's been living with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease since 2007. The disease is typically connected with obesity and occurs when fat cells accumulate in the liver. Marino says he was told to cut back on the pizza and the ice cream, and his doctors recommended a Mediterranean diet of mostly vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. Doctors say fatty liver disease can lead to cancer or cirrhosis, but is reversible if treated. I'm Michael Kastner.
At least 3 police officers were killed in a shooting during a domestic-related investigation in North Cadorus Township, Pennsylvania. That's just southwest of York. The state police commissioner says the officers were there as part of a domestic-related investigation. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Here we go. Get that final hour underway here on a Friday Eve. All right, Thirsty Thursday, whatever you want to call it. Thanks for being with us. 844-844-3388. Get something on your mind. Yeah, earlier Philip was discussing the jobs being lost. Teachers, doctors, you name it. Jimmy Kimmel? Wow. One of my social media friends, Jim Steele, I'm not sure if Jim actually wrote it or just shared it, who it was actually written by. But good explanation with all this discussion about, hey, I thought we had free speech in this country. What's going on? I lost my job. He says, way back when I was in 5th grade, I wanted to do something that met with my mother's disapproval. I shot back with, hey, it's a free country. Well, said my mom, well, there are rules to a free country. At the time, it was not a pivotal moment, but I always remembered what she said. Years later, when I joined the Fourth Estate, her words rang true. Yes, we have a First Amendment with guarantees 5 rights: free expression, free press, free to worship or not to worship, the right to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. But the First Amendment comes with responsibility. If I suggest that Bill Clinton is a spy for Peru and wears women's clothes, I'm well within my right, but I could get sued by Clinton and get fired by my employer. Congress won't limit my expression. Civil action and dismissal from my workplace sure will. If one represents a company, certain decorum applies. Same applies to Jimmy Kimmel. His show now indefinitely suspended following his suspect remarks regarding MAGA's endorsement of the killing of Charlie Kirk. I always thought he was simple, sophomoric. Keep in mind, Kimmel and Stephen Colbert before him were shown the door over economics. Certainly there was political subterfuge, but when major cable providers tell ABC that they're not airing Kimmel's show, which was hemorrhaging money, it becomes an economical decision. I'm all for a free exchange of ideas in a public forum. You want to read Mein Kampf or Das Kapital from the city square? Go for it. Burn the American flag. I'm not crazy about it, but the Supreme Court ruled that that is a protected expression. You want to read Rush Limbaugh's books aloud from the street corner? Do it. Burn a rainbow flag. That's free expression too. I don't like people sanctioned for speaking their mind in some form or fashion, but as the late Hal Lister, once a journalism professor at UT Marin, said, while journalists and broadcasters are charged with uncovering the truth, don't forget to make a profit. Kimmel learned that lesson today. Lest you wonder, I'd say the same thing if a conservative had been similarly rebuked. Points to ponder. Well, hello to Truckin' Phil, a somber Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting off at 58, 86 for a high Fort Wayne. Still feeling summer light. Ditto for Newaygo, Michigan. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back. Have a great day, everyone. Almost Friday. Oh, roll on, Knucklebuster. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. There you go. Hey, Donut Man, what's been going on?
Oh, not too much, Steve. How you doing this morning, my friend?
Hanging with them.
That's about all we could do at our age, I guess.
Yep.
But yeah, sorry I missed the festival Friday. I just couldn't get off work that night. Sound like it's always a good time there, but we'll be there for our anniversary next month, so that'll make the wife happy. That's one of her favorite places to go, is being Colette.
Yeah.
She always enjoys talking to Cresso whenever he gets the time. He's always busy running around like a chicken with his head cut off.
Yes.
But he does make time to stop and say hi, talk to us. And amazing, and just an amazing person all the way around. I mean, I'll have to make sure he pick up his book when we're down there. It sounds pretty interesting. But yeah, I have interesting, all these people that are crying, Steve, that have lost their jobs and everything for basically glorifying an assassination and threatening people. These were the same people, Steve, that remember back when we had that little scamdemic called the COVID?
Yes.
That they were celebrating people that were getting fired for not taking an untested, dangerous, possibly dangerous shot. They were canceling people that had opposing views and everything else. So they can save their crocodile tears as far as I'm concerned, I'm sorry, you have, and yeah, you have a right to free speech, but like I think somebody was yesterday or day before, you work for a company, you are basically a representative of that company. And you get out there and make derogatory statements saying, all Trump supporters need to be eliminated, things like that. And guess what? Obedience with all this facial recognition and all this other stuff, they'll find out where you work and everything, and next thing you know, that company is in dire straits. So, yeah, you have a right to say what you want to say, but there are consequences to certain actions.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was kind of a sad call yesterday. Still, I want to give my condolences and prayers to Daryl's family. I'm definitely going to miss the morning Steve, how's the family, and how's Stryker. And definitely going to miss that calling every day. Like, it just became part of the routine. And just want to send prayers out to his family and appreciate his son calling in and giving us the sad news. And I'm hopefully his family will carry on the legacy, because from what I've seen and heard, Daryl was just an amazing person himself.
Yep. Yes,
And,
indeed.
It was really sad to hear that. He was a good man, and want to give a Semper Fi shout out to my fellow Devil Dogs, Knucklebuster, Truckin' Phil, Captain Ron, and the rest of the Overnight Drive Nation. Be safe out there, gentlemen, and we will talk to you later, Steve.
All right. Appreciate you checking in there. Old Donut Man, long time listener. An occasional caller. It's not a regular per se, but He's out there listening. I know that. All right. Time change. I think it's November 2nd this year, right after Halloween. A new Stanford study says Americans could avoid millions of cases of obesity and hundreds of thousands of strokes every year by ending the practice of changing the clock for daylight saving time. In my mind, I'm saying, what does changing the clock by an hour have anything to do with obesity? Well, they try to explain. For many Americans, resetting the clock each spring and fall is a little more than an inconvenience. No big deal, but researchers say that the biannual shift carries serious health consequences and that permanent time policies could deliver major public health benefits. The study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences used advanced circadian rhythm models paired with Centers for Disease Control and Prevention data. Researchers found moving to permanent standard time would prevent an estimated 2.6 million obesity diagnoses and about 300,000 stroke cases annually. It would also reduce health risk, although with roughly 2/3 of the benefit of standard time, we found that staying in standard time or staying in daylight saving time is definitely better than switching twice a year. The lead author of the study, a graduate student in bioengineering, said these findings underscore how the twice-yearly shift disrupts circadian rhythms, the body's natural clock that regulates sleep and key biological processes. These rhythms, set by exposure to light and darkness, influence everything from blood pressure to metabolism. Disrupting that cycle, especially through delayed evening light under daylight savings time, pushes melatonin production later, leading to sleep deprivation and higher risk of obesity, heart disease, and cognitive decline. People's light habits are probably much more than what we assume in the models. Even in California, where the weather is great, people spend less than 5% of their day outside in most cases. These health findings add to the long-running debate in Washington and around the country. Senator Rick Scott has again proposed the Sunshine Protection Act that would make daylight savings time permanent. Scott says Americans are sick and tired of changing their clocks twice a year. It's an unnecessary, decades-old practice that's more of an annoyance to families than a benefit. Many sleep experts argue that permanent standard time is healthier. The National Sleep Foundation said in a statement that daylight savings time essentially fights the natural order of our circadian rhythm, leaves us out of sync with our biological clocks. Congress briefly enacted permanent daylight saving time in the 70s, but public opposition over the dark winter mornings led to the ultimate repeal. More recently, the Senate passed Scott's proposal in 2022, but it died in the House. Similar efforts have been reintroduced again this year. None have cleared both chambers, as usual. But the next time change, coming up November 2nd, we'll fall back an hour.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty, back to the phones here. See what Vic has going on this Thursday. What's happening, Vic?
Well, I missed a lot of your shows there, but you were just talking there about the light effect and the changing of the time. You know, usually the accident rate goes up about both of those time changes. And then I was thinking about there, usually in the middle of winter, you get that seasonally affected depression. And in the animal world, they run red lights in these egg laying houses to fool the chickens into keep laying eggs rather than a chicken usually wants to go to sleep at night when it gets dark and everything. So, and I know the Japanese did a lot of study on that stuff, how all that affects the human body. And one thing was that even like people on their birthdays, they always made sure that they were off work because something to do with your birthday affects you're more prone to an accident on your birthday. So that's why the Japanese started giving people their birthday off. Now what that has, how that's connected, but there's kind of amazing thing, but it's a human body. And of course you there in your broadcast world, how the moon even affects the human body. So I could see where time change definitely does. And I know I grew up in an area where they changed the time, but they didn't change the schedule. They just went by sun time. So in effect, if you were still on the same time, but they just changed the clock and said, oh, by the way, the new time is whatever it was, whether it's forwards or backwards, and then just kept right on. You just kept on actually obeying the circadian rhythm. So why they did that, I don't know, but they kind of did that. But really what I called in about was I seen today that some judge said that Trump couldn't. I even forget what it was. It was on a little chyron there that an activist judge had blocked what Trump wanted to do, and I thought to myself, where do these judges, district judges, where do they come up with the idea that they can control all this different stuff? And a lot of it is public policy and affects everything. So that just really amazed me that something hasn't been done with them. I think the Supreme Court even passed some sort of a ruling here, a few weeks ago, that said that district court ruling shouldn't affect the whole nation, just whatever a particular case was. I don't, like I said, so why this district judge? He's not only ignoring public policy, he's ignoring his own branch, his judiciary branch. So that made me think about these Patel interviews, and they're giving Patel a lot of grief about some of the things they're doing. And then I realized that way back when, these people that took political jobs and before the administration had to leave office, especially those during Trump's administration, but a lot of them back in Clinton, they managed to get a civil service job under some mechanism. I think I sent you an email on how that's done, but they just, before they lose their political job, they look around and find a high-level job in the administrative part of it, and they're very deep within. That's where they come up with the deep state. And I was just wondering how many of those people are in the deep state. And Kash Patel is apparently getting rid of some of those people in the FBI, and he has that battle to fight along with the traditional FBI things. And I think it's ruffling a few feathers on the left that these people that they thought they had successfully implanted within the administrative state, they're getting released, and mostly I would have to say because they're not doing what their bosses had told them they were supposed to do. They wanted to do their own thing, and so I was trying to think of offhand of one of the particular people, but I know it's a couple of Democratic senators and Congress people. They had some pretty far exchanges about one thing and another, and one even wanted to know if Kash Patel had investigated what some left-wing reporter had said about him, and it's like I couldn't help but think, did that person that was interviewing him and giving Kash Patel grief in the hearing, had he ever heard the saying, consider the source? I mean, it was a reporter hostile to Kash Patel and said he had mental difficulties and couldn't be trusted and everything else. I didn't expect him to really write glowing reports about him. Plus, Kash Patel was one of the chief investigators that uncovered the whole Russian hoax deal and the chain and everything, the chain of command. But back at that time, it wasn't going anyplace because I think most of us feel like Obama still has a pretty long reach.
And hold the thought there, Vic, because we got to get a timeout in here. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Some Republicans are attempting to link the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk with his transgender roommate.
There were transgender chat rooms that may have had some awareness of the plan to commit this murder.
Senator Ted Cruz wants the FBI to investigate and arrest anyone who knew of the plan but did nothing to stop it. The Texas Republican ordered the head of the FBI to follow the money, alleging there were big bucks spreading violence. A day after FBI Director Kash Patel was grilled in the Senate over the Epstein investigation, congressional Republicans are coming to his defense.
How many of the Epstein files were released in the 4 years of the Biden administration?
0.
And how many have you released?
I don't have the number, but it's got to be thousands of pages.
California Congressman Tom McClintock went on to praise the FBI for their work on law enforcement. Director Patel said that under President Trump, there have been 0 known or suspected terrorists caught coming across the southern border. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners,
Are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit Tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Interesting. Ted Cruz alluding to there were definitely some other individuals, he believes, that were aware of the plot, that there was going to be an attempt on Charlie Kirk's life there via the chat room discussions. It'd be interesting to see if they can track some of those individuals down, see what they did actually know. But let me get back to Vic. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over. Yeah, that was part of the Patel interviews, he was talking about that he was going to beef up the cyber intelligence thing. And I think some people about been ballistic when he was talking about that Section 230 that somehow shields all these internet companies from any liability or anything, and get to the bottom of a lot of different things, such as, the Charlie Kirk shooting and all of that. But what I was getting ready to say there right before break was that these Democrats getting all wound up, and I remember back in the Biden administration, I want to keep on saying Biden, back in the Obama administration, when the Democrats controlled both houses of Congress, and then that border agent was shot with a gun that had been involved in something called Fast and Furious, to where people had been told by our government to illegally sell guns to people that were winding up with the Mexican cartels. That didn't seem to concern the Democrat Congress back at that time. And then later, whenever the Republicans, I believe, got control of the House, if somebody didn't want to show up from the Obama administration, they just didn't show up and testify before Congress, and chief among them was Eric Holder. So I guess the Democrats have had quite a change of heart and feel like they should really look at these things more severely now that Trump is in office. And some of the stuff that they're looking at, such as this Epstein file, I guess they think they have something there, but do they really want to look into how much sex influences our national governance? I don't think they do, because I can tell you plenty of stories about that. And you had an uncle there, I don't know if it's the one that's ill now, talking about that Washington was the number one place for escort services. And that's, I don't know if you remember the old Dallas program. Remember the patriarch of the family, he was talking about Texas politics, and he'd say, get down there to Austin and spread the 3 Bs around. And somebody asked him, well, what are you talking about 3 Bs? He says, booze, broad, and bucks. And that pretty much goes on every place. So I'm not exactly sure what they think they have there with Epstein, but they're wasting a world of time on it because it's going to be nothing, or maybe they're trying to keep Trump off balance or something. I have no idea what it is, but it's wasting a lot of time, and they're wasting time on that. And soon you're going to be hearing about government shutdowns because they haven't passed any bills. They don't have a balanced budget. Absolutely nothing. But look at what they've spent a lot of time on, and that was the main thing I was talking about. There was these activist judges. They're down to doing nothing but practicing lawfare to try to slow Trump down to hopefully he can't run anymore. And the deal with Charlie Kirk was he was making sure that the MAGA movement was going to stay alive, and he was converting a lot of young people, and that had to stop. And basically, the crowd that invented the hate speech, remember, there were a lot of people lost their jobs on so-called hate speech things also, because they said something that was off-color racially or something of that nature. And they kind of seem to forget about that. And on the hate speech thing, do you remember whenever they had told American soldiers you shouldn't, or American military people, you don't wear your uniform out in public and don't have your decals on the front of your car that permit you to go on and off the military bases and everything. So they invented the whole hate speech thing. And then I believe it was during the Obama administration that it got totally ridiculous whenever military people couldn't even wear their uniforms or anything and identify them as part of something out of the military. And now they come down currently to saying that people that can't wear their mask or anything, that's working undercover or anything of this nature, they can't conceal their identity, because the reason they're doing that is the so-called loving left they will find out where they live, and they want to go dox them and aggravate their family and everybody else that they're, in their off-duty time, I guess you'd call it. So I find it odd how they're trying to switch everything around and saying the right wing is hateful and everything else. Fortunately, they're paying a price this time, and so that's the main thing about the left's serious attempt to try to turn all of this back on to the MAGA movement, right wing. And I don't know how many more high-profile people or people will lose their job over this, but it's been a long time coming. And like I said, I don't know where these judges are coming from. And that was the other thing I'd seen today. The judge demanded that this Federal Reserve governor that be reinstated in her job, even though it was a clear case of mortgage fraud. And if you or I did that, Steve, number one, we'd probably have our bank account closed, and number two, there'd be some type of civil penalties in it, and the IRS would come knocking and say, you owe some money here because you said you had 3 primary residences. So it's just it's the time that there's been a cleaning out or whatever you want to say. And I don't know, maybe the Charlie Kirk assassination might be the focal point of that. And instead of intimidating people and quieting people, it's actually energized the whole MAGA movement and the people that was part of his organization, Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA. I guess that was
an appropriate name, right? That was going to be the name. That was an appropriate name because it does appear to be indeed a turning point. Sasquatch.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. How are you today?
Doing well. I guess it is afternoon for me.
Okay, it's morning for me, so we need to take back our country. Not from any foreign entities, but from where when someone in our age bracket spoke, the children listened. And we need to teach the one word that we have lost as a community or a country, and that's respect for one another. The shooting, I'm going to go back for history for a little bit. Remember in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when certain regions of the United States, would be upheavals of whatever civil rights activists or whatever, and it come out a few years ago where people were hired to go in and start and basically hate and discontent, and a few things happened to really highlight that, like some murders of some political people or some civil rights activists, that things of that nature that got people riled up to lose the focus of what we were to become as a country and as a nation of people from all over. Well, I think they couldn't get him in court multiple times. They can't control the man, so they have to go after him. And the only way that they can go after our current president and leader is to go after his friends. And if you are a multi-million-dollar television host and you're dumb enough to say something like he said, okay, even though we have the freedom of speech, you probably should have rephrased that in another way. Because, yes, Trump's going to use that to help to show people where we need to pull together. And if that man's that stupid, then maybe me and you and a few other people ought to become a TV host for a late night TV show because we're a little smarter than that. But we need to put that word respect back into our community. And I think Mr. Kirk was doing that and teaching people in his way how to give that respect back and have a decent conversation or debate and get up and walk away and okay, we'll be done with it. And I think we need to do that. I think, and I've said it 3 times now, but that respect word, dignity, pride, self-worth, has been lost. And another one is entitlement. The generation coming up behind us think that they're entitled. We need to take that and show them that they're not. And yes, I think Senator Cruz is onto something about does it need to be looked into? Yes, I think there's more activation behind this than anything. I don't know if it's political, but you can blame the Democrats, you can blame whoever, but we still have people in office from, now they're old, need to go away, but we still have people that were in office or have some sort of political clout that can motivate people to do things like this. Okay? And why would you pick a sheriff's son to do something like this? With Trump being a big law enforcement backer and supporter, okay, kind of a black eye on the community.
Yeah, I don't think it was selected by anyone. The brainwashing, according to the family, he had really become more radicalized, LGBT, gay rights, since going to college. The college really began to change him. I'm thinking for those in the chat rooms, my line of thinking is likely there may have been some discussions. He may have divulged he was thinking about this or thinking about that. Nobody maybe knew for sure. People make threats, say things that they don't do online every day. But then when it actually happened, the one response was, what was it? We did it. We did it. Wow. Hey, we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Off to Plowboy. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Oh, not too much. Everybody's already basically done that one. I was going to say, when we were talking about the time change, I like it in the spring, but damn, I hate it in the fall when we go backwards. I can't hate that enough. Because it just seemed like, especially on the farm, we never got anything done. But that extra time, extra hour of daylight in the evening, it just seemed like we got more done as far as when it came to spring tillage and whatever else was going on. But I'm not going to be very long, Steve. But I seen something I thought it was really stupid. Have you seen all these high-speed chases that have been going on? Well, I'm not really talking about the high-speed chases. I got to give the DA award to, I guess you could say, the city of Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville, Kentucky, I've seen here a little while ago. I think it's Louisville, Kentucky, that they crushed $100,000 Hellcat.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I did see that.
Now, Steve, would it not be in the best interest of everybody? Yeah, I don't give a damn whether they pull Daddy's $100,000, $100,000 car off the damn road because little Junior couldn't drive the damn thing respectably.
Seems like it could have been donated. There's a lot of charities that accept automobile donations and whatnot, people that need vehicles, and I don't know.
Okay.
If was the engine blown, was it useless? That I don't know.
Well, what I was really looking at is it was still worth $100,000. Wouldn't it been not better to? Wouldn't that been the best damn deterrent? Hey, Junior, you lost your daddy's vehicle. Now the damn cops are driving it. I've seen that happen in some drug stings before. Where,
yeah.
The cops get the Lamborghinis and all that good crap. Junior doesn't want to sell drugs no more. That's not it. I just seen that as reason I was going to say that, though, Steve.
Painted up like a police vehicle, and now the cops got the fastest car, right? What's up, hippopotamus?
Well, he could have sent it up here to the Mannheim Auto Auction. They would have auctioned it off there, got the top dollar for it there. But anyway, so what was it? Sasquatch there was talking about the things for the respect and stuff, and I think part of it goes back to how adults treat kids. I mean, when your mom says, hey, we're going down to the Kmart, and you didn't have a choice in the matter. Now the mom would say, hey, we're going down to the Walmart. Do you want to go? And the child would be given a choice, like he's an adult, like he would have a say in the situation. And, parents today, the kid will say, well, no, I don't want to go. And then okay, we're not going to Walmart. Like, no, the answer is no. You're going to Walmart, and you're getting in the car, and if you don't get in the car, you're going to get in the car with a foot up your rear end. Yeah, so, it's just, I know parents for, the last couple of generations have wanted to make things better and easier for the kids and what they had it and all that, but I think we've gotten too easy on the kids. I don't know, my opinion. Just my opinion, like the Grump would say. But anyways, there. So, hey, I did catch in the news there the Washington Redskins' previous stadium there, the RFK Stadium there. they're taking it down bit by bit, piece by piece. So if anybody has any nostalgia or want for a piece of RFK Stadium, they're supposed to be done sometime in 2026, taking it down. They got to be really careful with the dust, they said. So they're really taking it down piece by piece and everything. So there might be some things to salvage out of it if you're interested, or if you ever went and wanted a seat or something. I don't know if the seats are still there, but go on down there, see what you can get. And here's a question for you. When I was at the Fire Museum there last weekend we got talking about Cincinnati, and supposedly there's a big pump house in Cincinnati, a big water pump house. Do you know anything about this? That it is like really deep into the ground and takes water out of the Ohio River, and the weight of things in there, actually, when they were constructing it, actually kept sinking, and they had to keep putting things on top because it kept sinking going down. But it's supposed to be a real high volume, big pump house there in Cincinnati. Didn't know if you know anything about that.
I'm not familiar. Can't say that I do. No.
All right. Well, we'll have to check into that. I know there's an old trolley tunnel there that doesn't get used anymore. That's full of water. And of course, you got the streetcar named Desire there from that last trolley system there, right? That you run around as the underground bunker. You trying to be Wolfman Jack out there in the old streetcar named Desire there in the secret bunker. But anyways, hey, with all that nonsense, Your Honor, we'll let you close the show up here. Don't forget there to 20%. Don't forget the 20% there for the CDLs.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because the time is winding down. Truck Driver Appreciation Week almost over. All right. Yeah, right now. Yeah. 20% off all Hot Shot Secret products for those of you that hold a CDL. Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Yeah, 20% off all Hot Shot Secret diesel fuel additives and engine treatments. Now through, it's the 18th. You got now through the 20th to stock up on the products trusted by professional truck drivers to improve fuel economy, restore engine power, protect against costly breakdowns. All right, it's a pretty simple process. You verify the fact that you're a CDL holder. Like you scan or take a photo of your CDL, download it there online, and then someone at the office takes a look and says, all right, you're good to go. And then they delete that information from their files. They don't maintain that. And once you get a verification, it's one and done. You can then order and get your CDL discount from there on in the future. All right, made it through a thirsty Thursday. Come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. I do believe we'll be kicking off a casual Friday. Hope you can join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.